guys. Well, I have a lot to talk about today, so let's just get right into it. The way that I've set up this outline that I'm going to follow just leads right into what I want to talk to you about today. So bear with me. I've laid it out this way for a reason. So first of all, I want to talk about this year, 2020. There's a reason that we're studying the Book of Mormon this year in Come Follow Me, because the Book of Mormon is speaking to us in this year 2020. With everything that's been happening, it's clear that this is the time that the Book of Mormon is speaking of. I truly believe that. Now, in past videos, I've said that 2020 means perfect vision. It's the Lord's perfect vision. This week, as I've been pondering on that, I've also been thinking how 2020 means that we're seeing clearly. We have clear vision. So as I've been reflecting on that, I've been hearing in my mind, this is the year where our vision needs to be clear. Because without clear vision, we won't be able to see what the adversary is doing versus what the Lord is doing. We won't be able to make that distinction. So in essence, clear vision means having that gift of discernment, to be able to see, to be able to discern what is of the adversary and what is of the Lord. So in my notes, I've written, this is the year that we see what's clearly going on. Now, I believe that we need to get healthy for what's coming for the rest of this year. We're only halfway through it, and there's so much more to come that we really need to be in a place where we're healthy, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Now, this is funny because I went through my pantry a couple weeks ago, and I found this bin just filled with supplements and vitamins that I've purchased over the years for me and my kids. And I want to say there was at least $1,000 worth of products in this bin. And I thought to myself, why did I spend all that money? And these vitamins and supplements are just sitting on this shelf, completely forgotten. And I remembered President Nelson's counsel when he said, take your vitamins. So I decided to be proactive. I've taken little sandwich baggies and I've written on each bag the name of every person in our family. Every night before I go to bed, I go through this bin and I pull out the vitamins and supplements for each of our individual needs and I put them in the bag, and then the next morning they take their vitamins and supplements with their breakfast. I've noticed a difference, at least in the way that I feel. I do feel that it's been putting my body back into balance. I lost about 7 pounds last week, and so I really feel that this is the time where we need to get ready. Again, physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. If we're out of balance in areas of our life and we're not feeling healthy, that's really going to affect our vision. It's going to affect the way we see things. It's going to affect our ability to feel the Spirit and discern what voice is from the Lord and what voice is from the adversary. And I think most of us feel that this time right now that we're in is practice for what's coming. In fact, it reminded me of a clip I'm going to show you right here.
The Chinese government was the first to know of this risk to the world. And that puts a special obligation to make sure that the data gets to our scientists, our professionals. This is not about retribution. This matters going forward. We're in a live exercise here to get this right. We need to make sure that even
to openly admitted that everything going on right now with this virus was an exercise. Those are the very words used, to which President Trump responds, you should have let us know. You should have let us know you were planning this drill, this exercise. You should have let the country know. You should have let this administration know. So if that's the case, you can either be angry about it and say, what in the world? Or we can have some gratitude and say, you know what? Thank you, Lord, for allowing this to happen, to help me get this practice in, to help me be better ready and prepared for what's next. I know a lot of people have been taking this time to reevaluate everything in their life, cut things out that aren't important, start putting time and energy and effort into the things that are important. They're using this time to get to know the Lord better, to spend more time with Him, more time on their knees. They're using this time to repent, prepare physically, get out of debt, gather more food. So I think a lot of us have already been feeling that way. And I think what President Trump is up against right now is even more difficult than we realize. It's even more complicated than we can imagine. I think he knows that. I think he knows what's going on, but I believe there's only so much he can do until all the ducks are lined up in a row and the time is right. Will we ever get to that point? I'm not sure. I do believe that there's a lot of uncertainty about this November. There's a lot of things that we can anticipate that are going to make November more crazy than these last 6 months altogether. I truly believe that. I've been saying that for months. I've been saying that I really feel that this November, because of the election, we're going to see things happen that we never thought we would see in our lifetime. When you have the kind of division that we have right now in America, and you have these groups that are filled with so much rage and hatred, things have really been boiling. That never makes for a smooth election or a smooth transition. I believe that Satan believes he's so close to seeing his plans fulfilled that in his desperation, he's going to pull out everything. He's going to pull everything out of the bag. He's saved his most powerful weapons for this time right now. I don't think he's going to hold back. I think he's going to put everything he's got into the rest of this year, going into next year. I don't think he's going to back down. So again, that tells us that we need to double and triple our efforts to strengthen our testimony, to strengthen our faith, and be ready. So my husband needed the office. So here I am in my car. Anyways, I talked about in past videos how I felt that this summer would be sort of like a break, a little bit of calm before the storm. And even though it seemed like a crazy summer so far, I don't think it compares to what we're going to experience in November and throughout the rest of the year. So even though there's a lot of craziness going on, it doesn't seem to affect a lot of us. We still feel a little bit of normalcy in our everyday lives. We still wake up in the morning, we go to the store, we clean the house, we go to the park with the kids. We're not experiencing extreme personal persecutions or feel that our life is in danger, right? Yeah, we may be experiencing some persecution or attacking on social media, but as far as when we're at home with our family, we feel pretty safe. Things feel as close to normal as they possibly can be. So I feel that this is a time to really soak it all in, spend even more quality time with our loved ones and with the Lord, and make the best of it, make the most of it while you can. Because I feel like this fall, there's going to be even more distractions, big things that are going to pull us away from our focus, that are going to cause us to look away from truth or look away from the path for even just a moment, or are going to cause us to get caught up in all of it and give up on our faith and our testimony. No matter where you live, I believe that this fall will affect all of us personally and in our everyday life. Just like right now, we look back on last summer and the years before and we think, oh, I wish I could go back to life being that way. I feel like this fall and next year, we're going to look back at this time right now, this summer, and say, if only I would have taken advantage of that. If only I wouldn't have taken that for granted. If only I could go back to that. If only I would have known then what I know now. So soak up every minute while you can, because I really do feel that this is a time of rejuvenation and that that's a part of our preparation, getting things right in our lives, getting rid of a lot of that stress, and just focusing on the Lord and what He wants in our lives, what He's trying to say to us right now. So again, even though right now the events going on in our country and in the world don't seem to noticeably have a big impact in our everyday lives, I believe this next round later on this year will noticeably impact all of our lives. So prior to the Ring of Fire eclipse a couple weekends ago, A friend of mine sent this to me, and she was trying to get my attention all week, and she was saying, Lindsay, you live out in Utah. I have friends out there who are seeing this in the sky. Here's some images of what she showed me. She said, are you seeing this too? And that was such a busy week for me. I hadn't been paying attention. I thought it was interesting, but I didn't have time to think much more of it. Later that week, I happened to be with my family down in Kanab. We were getting out of the car, just about to go on a hike, and we got out of the car, and suddenly I look up at the sky, and here's what I see. And I thought, oh my goodness, this is what she's been telling me about. There it is, I'm seeing it right now, and so I took a picture of that. It's a ring around the sun. And the pictures that her friend had shared with her showed a rainbow ring around the sun. In fact, in this one, a double rainbow. So there's rainbow, the sun, ring of fire. We're going to talk about all of this throughout the video, but it had my attention. Earlier that same week, I had filmed this in the skies when I was out on a morning walk here in Layton. So lots going on in the skies. I had noticed leading up to that day that there had been a lot of earthquakes in the area on the map known as the Ring of Fire. So we have all these earthquakes happening in the Ring of Fire. Then we have these rings around the sun and rainbow rings leading up to the Ring of Fire eclipse that Sunday. It had my attention. And of course there was news that there was to be a Luciferian march on that Sunday, that they were marching because of the Ring of Fire eclipse, that it had meaning for them. And according to this Facebook announcement, it says that they will be marching in North Carolina, Jacksonville, Florida, Cincinnati, Columbus, Ohio, New York City, Niagara Falls, Buffalo, Syracuse, Rochester, Albany, Salem, Los Angeles, Wisconsin, Phoenix, Arizona, Washington, D.C., Anchorage, Alaska, Las Vegas, Reno, Nevada, Lincoln, Nebraska, Boston, Massachusetts, and at the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem, Israel, and in Toronto. And this article says that the Luciferian March is for a one world government held in 9 U.S. cities on June 21st during the solar eclipse. The marches are intended to create chaos, and it's been speculated by some that demonstrators may even try to erect satanic monuments at existing sites where Confederate and other allegedly racist statues have been torn down. Then there was this post on Twitter by a well-known whistleblower, a doctor. He says, more craziness. Facebook won't allow posts for assemblies to meet regarding face mask and COVID-19, but Facebook does allow people to organize satanic gatherings. Part of me wondered if this event was even legit. I talked about in my last video message how I can see the left, or the people at the top, manipulating all of this, creating contention on both sides of the aisle. I could see them creating events like this and spreading it all over social media just to get people on the right furious. As I said in the last video message, they're doing all kinds of things to feed the fuel to both sides to further create that animosity and division. So we never heard anything really about this. It never made the news. We never heard any follow-up. So I did some research and I found this that said at most of these events there were fewer than 10 people marching. So it fizzled out big time, but some of these people accredit that to prayer. They say that they intervened and they prayed for God to put a stop to these marches, and they believe that that is why not much became of them. Wherever you see Satan making an effort to stir things up and build up his kingdom, whenever you see him doing that, you know it's because he knows God is doing something great with his kingdom. So he's trying to counteract that. So when I saw that happening, I thought, okay, God's got something in the plans, something in the works, something big, and Satan is trying to work against that. Now, there's a lot of things that people have asked me to talk about in this video message. They've just said, will you just touch on this a little bit, or will you look into this? And one of those things is face masks, the whole face mask controversy. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I thought for a moment I could just open up to you and be honest about my own thoughts and feelings. And the honest truth is, I do not like them. From day one, when it became policy with certain businesses to wear them, I really struggled with that. I hate the way they feel on my face. I do feel like I can't breathe. Especially in the summer, in June and July when it's so hot, having to breathe in heat and steam in the heat starts to give me a headache. So I've had my complaints about the masks. Not only that, but I'm a very friendly and social person. I like to smile. I rely a lot on nonverbal communication. In my communication, I read people from their faces. And so when their faces are hidden and I can't see if they're smiling or not, it makes it difficult. It also makes it hard for me to understand what they're saying. I can't tell you how many times I've had to say over and over to a sales clerk, "What? Sorry, what are you saying? Sorry, what? Can you say that again?" Because their voice is so muffled. I can't hear what they're saying. I can't hear their words. So from day one, for me, the mask felt like a muzzle. It really did. It felt like this muzzle that we were putting on our faces to muffle and mute our voices. It just felt like with the mask on, I couldn't be a bright light. I couldn't shine my light the way that I want to. So I struggled with it from day one. I'm just being honest. And here's some photos that police put out to help identify all of these individuals who were part of the Black Lives Matters protests. This one is from London, who were involved in extreme violence and committing crimes. And it's just very convenient that they get to cover their faces and conceal their identities while they commit these crimes. It's almost like it's more empowering for them to commit crimes and be violent because their identity is being hidden. It seems at times it encourages this behavior and violence, because if you think about it, before COVID-19, if you saw a group of people walking around covering their faces wearing masks, it would look very, very suspicious. It would get everyone's attention. But these days, everyone wears masks, so they blend right in with the crowd. So I've had people reaching out to me all week wanting to know where I stand on this controversy, because yes, that's what it's become. It's become another topic that's dividing people. So here's what I wrote some of my friends. I wrote, "For me personally, I have really hated wearing the masks. I feel like I can't breathe. And I hate not being able to smile at people and talk with them like I normally would. I can't understand people at the store who are talking to me. I have to say, 'Sorry, what?' several times. That tells me how much I must rely on lip reading." From day one, for me, I said to myself, this feels like a muzzle. I noticed that President Trump, Vice President Pence, the press secretary, and pretty much their entire staff do not wear masks. I've always thought that was interesting. And I want to point out that whether or not they wear them behind closed doors, they certainly make an effort not to be seen with them in public. And I've also noticed that the First Presidency, the 12 apostles, the leaders of our church, were not wearing masks at General Conference. I wrote, "However, if I'm required to, such as at the hospital, church, and certain stores that I need to go to, I will for sure wear them. And that's because it's just temporary. It's just for a short amount of time. And if the prophet tells us that we should, I will always do what he says." The First Presidency and the church's PR department hasn't made any statements about it. But I found it interesting that they delegated the first counselor of the Utah area presidency, Elder Funk, someone I'm not really very familiar with, to join Utah's faith community in urging Utahns to wear the mask always while in public. So it didn't come from the First Presidency, and it didn't come from the Quorum of the 12. It was delegated to the first counselor of the Utah area presidency. He joined with a whole group of religious leaders urging just Utahns to wear the mask always when they're in public. So far, the only thing we've heard connected to church leadership is only being directed at Utah. And as I reflect on that, I truly believe that a lot of leaders in the religious community want to do all that they can to do their part to show everyone, look, we're doing everything we possibly can to be cautious and do our part so that you will allow us to keep our doors open, so that we can have church services, so that we can worship the way that we want to. We're willing to make these sacrifices, whether we're for them or not, just so that we can show you we're doing our part, so that you will allow us that religious liberty, so that you will let us keep our doors open. So I wrote, it wasn't an official statement from the church or an urge for the entire worldwide church, just the residents of Utah. I know the church leaders always stand with the laws of the land and keeping the peace. It's tricky because this situation crosses boundaries with the First Amendment, which is why it hasn't been made a law to wear them, but more of a policy or a highly encouraged guideline. Some businesses require it and customers comply. And I've talked about in past videos how slowly, ever so slowly, we're willing to give up our freedoms in the name of safety. We feel that pressure from everyone around us. If you really care about others, and you're not being selfish, and you're actually concerned about the problem, then for the sake of safety, you'll comply. You'll sacrifice this little bit of freedom for the time being, or indefinitely. And so slowly, ever so slowly, we're giving up these little freedoms here and there until one day we wake up and our freedom has completely been taken away from us. That is the blueprint that Hitler followed in establishing Nazi Germany, in taking away the freedoms of that entire country. He did it little by little for the good of the people. As I've said in last videos, he made it be their choice. It was something that they wanted. He presented it as something being good for the whole country, being for the greater good of all, and the majority of people went along with it. So continuing on, I wrote, from the beginning, the masks gave me an uncomfortable, negative feeling. I think a lot of that has to do with not being able to trust a lot that the CDC has told us over the years. Also, conflicting reports and research from so many doctors and groups across the country right now, it really makes this topic controversial. But I always look to the prophet and his counselors, and whatever they ask us to do, I will comply. So speaking of those conflicting reports and research from medical professionals and doctors all across the country, I put together a short segment of clips from different sources to show you exactly what I'm talking about and why I feel this way. But let me tell you, this was not easy to do because as I went back into my emails and messages, a lot of these videos were no longer there. They had been deleted. And many times I received a message like this when I clicked on them. They've supposedly all been fact-checked by groups on the left stating that these just simply aren't true, so they're not going to allow us to hear these people's voices and to hear what they have to say. So it was tricky, but this is all I was able to scrape up to create this segment right here. Take a look.
People should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face. When you think masks, you should think of healthcare providers needing them and people who are ill. The people who, when you look at the films of foreign countries and you see 85% of the people wearing masks, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not against it. If you want to do it, that's fine.
And on the back of these medical masks, there is a warning. It says these masks will not protect against COVID-19, coronavirus, or other viruses and contaminants.
Hello, my name is Danica Bueno. I'm an RN with my BSN. I work on a cardiac unit and I wanted to share some information with you. When you come into the hospital and you have respiratory alkalosis, which can be caused by anxiety or from hyperventilating, the treatment is this. Breathing in your own CO2. Now, why is that important? Because when CO2 gets into your bloodstream, it converts into acid. And so if you have respiratory alkalosis from breathing off too much CO2, this can be life-threatening. Breathing in your own CO2 can be the remedy for that. It can reestablish pH balance of your bloodstream and is critical to saving these patients. I wanted to share with you what this means. When you go out in public and you wear this at all hours of day that you're outside, you are doing your body a disservice. You are creating an acidotic state of your blood. You are creating a pH imbalance. It is crucial to health to have a balance of pH in your bloodstream at all times. Why would you want to disrupt that? You're not only breathing in your own bacteria, flora, the whole time because you're not getting fresh air, you're hurting your body by breathing in your own CO2 for long lengths of time. I also want to share with you that this mask is highly ineffective against viruses. Viruses are teeny tiny. And you may tell me, well, in my hospital, we wear an N95 mask. An N95 mask has to be fitted, first of all, and is supposed to protect you against TB. What is TB? It is a bacteria. There's a big difference between a bacteria and a virus, mainly in size. A bacteria is about 1,000 times bigger than a virus. So if you're telling me that I'm protecting myself when I go to the grocery store by wearing this, you're wrong. I'm actually making myself more prone to infection, one, by making my body acidotic, and two, when you have one of these on, you touch your face more often. Viruses live on surfaces. They're not alive until they enter the body. And so when you touch your face and your eyes continuously because you're adjusting the mask because you can't breathe, there's a problem with that. I want you to think about that. I want everyone to think about this. It's not common knowledge, apparently. You're doing your body a disservice if you think that wearing a mask 24/7 is protecting someone, because it's not. I feel like it's time for people to stand up for what they know to be true, and I love science. I feel the human body is a miracle. Why are we working against it instead of for it? Tell me, why are we working against our immune system instead of for our immune system? It's all about listening to your heart now. It's all about doing what you know to be right.
Okay, so if you look close, I'm in my patient's chart. Here are the test results. As you can see, 5/1/2020 at 17:16, not detected. They test for a second time, 5/4/2020, not detected. So both of those are negative. Scroll up to the top. This is my patient. They are on a vent and they are being called COVID-19 confirmed. So the thing is they're coming in with difficulty breathing, and a lot of these patients are really coming in with anxiety because they're scared. And when I was back home, I was working in the ED out in the tents, and most people that were coming through with like symptoms of just, anxiety, or they're worried and they're breathing fast, and then they get all nervous. So this is how the people are like coming in. There are people that come in and they really do need help, but these other people, like this person who wasn't COVID, and a lot of them are on either Medicaid or Medicare, they're poor, They're from, a lower class. We're at a public hospital. They need the funding, so they take them, and they tell them pretty much that if they don't get on event, then they're probably not going to survive. But the reality is, if they get on that event, the likelihood of them walking out the hospital is slim to none. You don't have actual doctors that know critical care, ICU doctors on these floors. There's a dentist, and there are residents with these. So residents are essentially students, and they have no idea what they're doing. Actually, today I had to police a resident because he wrote an order for me to run Versed, which is a medicine that you have to be very careful with because it can kill someone, at like quadruple the speed. And had I not known that, then I would have easily killed the patient. And it would have been okay under their COVID standards. So everything is kind of a wash. Nobody's held accountable for anything. So they're practicing central lines. They're practicing like invasive procedures that are really unnecessary. So half the hospital's not COVID, but they're on COVID floors.
So I was only wondering because I was looking at all the patient rooms, and this patient is in with a non-COVID. I don't understand why they're doing that. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm confused. Yeah.
They're banking on the fact that they'll get it because they're already immunocompromised, and they'll put them in the same room, so there's double rooms, so you have a COVID with a non-COVID. They don't even care.
And he came in with a stroke. And no COVID, and now he's got COVID, and he's on a vent.
I compare this hospital to a third world country. I've been in a third world country hospital in Iraq. The Iraq hospital is better than this one, and that says a lot. It almost makes me feel like they think these people are disposable, and they're not. They're people. In the hospital that I'm in right now, it's all COVID at this point. Every single floor is COVID, and they need it that way, obviously, for a reason, in my opinion. They're admitting people for, quote, COVID rule out. So this guy was probably admitted COVID rule out, tested him. They saw that it came back negative. They probably already did something where they needed to now call him COVID, in the hopes that if they're putting him on a COVID floor and there's nurses going room to room to room, he will get it, and then they'll be backed when he does pass that he did have COVID. Money, I think it's at least $29,000 per patient, and then you have to think you are also charging supplies and more supplies and more supplies. That's just like a bonus money. There was a resident, and I have this on tape. I taped it because it was just so disgusting to me. A 37-year-old was not a DNR, is a full code. His family in-depth discussed with the doctors that they want us to do everything they can to save him. He came in talking, he was very terrified. He was just totally alert, knew what was going on, and they convinced him to be on a vent. Now he's dead. But the doctor said when I got into shift that if he codes that we are not to resuscitate or try to save him.
He's not DNR, but we're treating him as DNR.
Why are we being told not to code him, essentially? That's what he said.
I mean, because I'm going to tell you right now, if he bottoms out, I'm jumping on his chest. Period. Point blank. It's going to happen. Because until that status is changed in the computer, that's what I'm obligated to do under my nursing license.
Right.
Because you guys aren't going to back me up and protect me.
It's a little bit different now because of the new policy in place, which is that you don't need full family. You can just tell someone that it's medically futile and that we're not willing to just pour blood and resources into something that would be impossible to get back.
Right.
But look, it's brutal. He's 37. I mean, it's brutal.
Well,
So
they
he
tried.
said, well, our higher ups have agreed and our attendings agree that this is futile care at this point. He is not going to make it. I said, he doesn't have an epi drip going. He doesn't have anything to sustain going. And I said, and who decided this? And I said, can you put a comfort care order in then? No, we can't do that. Can you put a DNR order in? No, we can't do that. I said, so what's our plan?
Do we have modified?
She goes, well, he's dying. And I'm like, I understand that, but there needs to be an order indicating that either I'm doing compressions or I'm not doing compressions.
Well, I can say that we can all be in agreement that we will do it. I will definitely.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to jump on him.
Yeah.
So will I. I'll go right with you. I don't care. That's what we're here for. I'm not playing like these
Until they
stupid
change
games.
his status that he is a DNR, and they can do a true physician consent if they've talked with the family.
Yeah.
But until they change it, and I see it, he's a full code to me.
We know when someone we're close. We'll pull the code card up and be ready. You know, we're ready. I had the epi ready. That's one of the first things we do. And she wouldn't let me give it. So this was that woman, and the entire time, and this was over his body, his alive body, and we're arguing, and she's laughing. She was smirking, and how this man died was the nurses arguing with the doctors over him as he was dying, and she's smirking the entire time. Probably one of the worst experiences in my entire life. At least he knows that we were fighting for him. When he died, the guy I told you about earlier that had pulled his tube out, he was up at that point. Like, he was on the same floor. He was the one that they wanted to sedate. So at that point, he was doing better where he could walk. This doctor had put a diaper on him and told him to poop in his pants. And I just lost it. It was her.
This is wrong. It is straight up it is wrong. And I am 37 years old. I have been in a hospital since I've been 16. Military hospitals that well.
What aspect of it was wrong to you? I agree that there were parts of it that were wrong too. So.
Calling a patient a DNR when there's no order for it, and telling us, like straight up telling us, you're not doing anything. That's wrong. If that was my brother or my father or anybody, I would be furious. And I guarantee you, if I called his family right now and told them what happened, they would be furious too.
I flipped. We were all crying. There's a lot of nurses that know that this is wrong, but they're afraid to like say anything publicly.
She said, when I was talking to her, she said, we're not always giving the orders, it comes from the top down. And I was thinking, that's the exact problem with everything. Where's it coming from? What's the purpose? Are you guys really trying to kill everybody like everybody thinks?
I think a lot of them are just stone cold. You know, there's no emotion, and they don't view people as people anymore. And it's really sad. Like, I came a little bit later, you know, after the big rush, but there was still a lot of people coming in, and a lot of us were just in shock. Within the first couple days, you could see exactly what was going on.
The bigger problem with this whole scenario is when they intubate people who don't need it. Yeah. And it looks very clear to me that they're just pushing it.
You almost feel like you are literally living in the Twilight Zone, and you feel like you're the only sane one in a bunch of insane people. And it's scary because these are the people that others are trusting to take care of them, and they're really doing the opposite. I'm to the point where I'm afraid that I'm going to start thinking that this is normal. I don't want to ever get to that point, because they think that, like, the people I work with that are local nurses and doctors don't see anything wrong with this.
It was like the day before intubation, who was fine on the rebreather. And then they intubated, and then he got a pneumo, and then they put in a PEP tube. And now he's 37 years old and dead.
It's murder. It straight up is. It is setting these people up for failure based on money. It's government money. I don't know exactly where it's coming from, but I know that it is, but I know the orders are coming from the above, someone above, and everybody says that it's someone higher up. Everybody's scared, and everybody's scared to stick up for themselves, and I've called a lot of doctors unethical to their face.
I'm a nurse. I'm an advocate for my patients, and
on the flip side of it, but I totally agree.
But no. Just wait.
If there's a DNR.
You were laughing and you thought it was funny. You were like smirking. You're being really rude to all of us, and I thought that was really.
I'm not being rude in that.
It was really, yeah, you are. It was very disrespectful, and I don't think that you're going to be a very good doctor.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But
I hope you learned something from this.
They're so sedated. He had probably 8 or 9 drips. It's all sedation. It's all sedation and paralytics. So Nimbex 100 milligrams, Precedex 400 milligrams, fentanyl 2,500 micrograms, heparin 25,000 units, Versed 50 milligrams, Levofed 16,000, Neo 50 milligrams, Propofol 10 milligrams, Vasopressin 100 units. This is one person, and all these drips are running at the same time into them. It is essentially like you're under, you're in surgery, when they put you under like that for a good month straight. There's no way you can recover from something like that. You'll be brain dead if you do. But what they really need to be doing is like the non-rebreather mask, but they just skip it usually. They go right to the high pressure, so their lungs are already, That's what we were doing, in my hometown. We didn't have this because we treated them properly,
What would you say the kind of the case fatality rate was?
None. 0. Yeah, by me, 0.
And what is the likelihood of coming out of the hospital you're in?
I'll tell you that the unit that I've been on, the only person that survived, ironically, is a guy who pulled his own tube out. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna tell somebody, the entire world essentially, especially the entire United States, when they're like, we need the vents, like, if you tell people something enough, they're going to start believing it. So that's exactly what happened.
I've been taking care of a patient for like a week right now, and he's been doing great. He had a trach put in and he's been doing great. He's been talking and or communicating with me. He's telling me, laughing at my jokes and talking to his kids on FaceTime a couple days ago. And I told his kids that he was doing fine. And he was. And today I was giving him, and they came in and they told me that I need to leave the room and I have to give report to somebody else. They took me from that unit and they put me in the emergency room, and they don't need me there, but they put me there, and I'm not even there 20 minutes. I'm not even there 20 minutes and I hear a code being called in my room that I was just left. And it's him. And he was fine. He was fine. I don't understand. Nothing makes sense. Why would they take me out of his room and put me in the ED, and then not 20 minutes later he's dead? It doesn't make sense. Did they kill him? He was my one patient that was gonna live.
Well, I was on a live telecast, and here's what I heard from the Texas Medical Association. We need to increase visas to bring in foreign medical doctors to help us take care of COVID patients. Really? Are you kidding me? Now, the things that I tell you are personal experience. I was on that call. Needless to say, that was my last call, right? Okay, so where and how did I learn how to treat COVID patients? I learned it from the President of the United States, Donald Trump. So, when this pandemic started, President Trump was giving daily interviews to the media. And he came across, because you realize as President of the United States, he's dealing with heads of states of other countries. And he came across a treatment protocol that had been successful in France. Yes, one doctor had treated 29 patients and every single patient had survived. And every single patient had improved. And President Trump thought that that was newsworthy. God forbid he share that with doctors. We didn't receive any advance from the local medical agencies that we all pony up our money to belong to and become members of. So I wrote these things down. I wrote these medications down. And I waited and waited for my COVID patients that just didn't come in. Because you see, they were going to hospitals and emergency rooms, and they were going to employee clinics looking for treatment, and they were being sent home and told to quarantine for 14 days. Don't come out. Protect the community. Well, what about them? What about their health? So they started slipping through the cracks and calling me. Are you open? Absolutely. And as they came in, I implemented the only thing that I had heard that had worked in other countries. Countries that had been inflicted with this virus before we even knew its name. So I wrote a prescription and I sent them home. And I added a little bit to the protocol that President Trump gave, as I'm a physician, and it's called the practice of medicine. So I gave them a couple of shots. Yes, antibiotic shots in the butt. Not one single one denied them. And guess what I found? To my surprise, the very next day, they were all amazingly better. I was actually surprised. Within 24 hours, the patient was completely symptom-free. Here's the take-home message for all of you. It's called hydroxychloroquine. Hydroxychloroquine. It costs $13. $13. It's been on the market for 60 years. It is the candy for lupus. It is considered a vitamin for arthritis patients. And for some reason, those bureaucrats that are standing next to our president that think that they know more about medicine than I do are telling me I can't use it. In fact, not only are they telling me I can't use it, in 2 states it's completely illegal to prescribe this. I had patients that recovered within 48 hours. In fact, the illness that they had was more caused by the stress and the fear of the propaganda that's being spewed on the news media than by the actual virus. Okay, now I'm going to shock you a little bit more. After my first or second or third script to the pharmacy, I got a phone call from the pharmacist. He wanted to talk to me. He wanted me to tell him what the diagnosis was for my patient number 1 and what was the diagnosis for patient B and patient C. And I very quickly told him that I did not have to give him that information. Wait a minute, it's worse. Here's what the pharmacist told me. I'm not going to prescribe this. I'm not going to fill it. I'm not going to dispense it without a diagnosis. I told him, this is privileged information between me and the patient. Your job is to put the pills in the bottle. Here's what I found out. Remember we talked about the freedoms and the liberties that we're losing without you and me even knowing that we're losing them? Okay, here it goes, guys. Every time you go to the pharmacy board has stated that those 2 prescriptions, starting in early March, will not be dispensed by a pharmacist unless it comes with a diagnosis.
She went on to say that she had to start telling them the diagnosis of her patients, which is COVID-19, and when they got that diagnosis, they refused to give her patients the prescriptions. So she had to get creative and go around that. So she started diagnosing her patients with arthritis and lupus and just whatever it took so that they could get that prescription. Now, a lot of people point out how, as a church, through our humanitarian efforts, we have put together a project, a service project, where we've been making thousands and thousands of masks and sending them to the people who do need them. We've been sending them to hospitals and medical clinics, wherever they are needed. Not to individual families, not to businesses, but to where they're actually needed, on the front line, in the hospitals. Now, when the masks were first being recommended by the CDC, I looked around that week, and still to this day I see this, and I would see people out jogging all alone, all by themselves, and jogging with their mask on. Later, we saw this headline out of China. School children being required to wear the masks all day at school, even during gym class, which has led to the deaths of these children. So I'm seeing that, and something just isn't sitting right with me. It just doesn't feel right. Then I'm seeing people at red lights. I look over and I see people in their car all alone with the windows up, and they're wearing their mask. And I'm following them along on the freeway. They have their mask on the whole time. And I'm thinking again to myself, something about that just doesn't seem right. Just doesn't feel right. And I started to realize that there's a lot of people out there who live by fear. The mask has sort of become like a security blanket for them, that they're willing to wear it even when they're alone in their homes, in their cars, or out getting fresh air alone at a park. So as I've looked around, I've seen a lot of people living in fear. And for me, that's what the mask started to represent, is fear. And I've always been a person of faith. I don't live by fear. If I'm alone, I'm out on a walk, I'm running, I'm in my car, I have no reason to wear that mask. If I'm being asked to wear it, if it's part of a policy and I'm being asked to wear it when I'm around other people, out of respect for them and the sake of keeping the peace, I will put it on. But yes, this is causing a lot of division within families. My husband and I are divided on this issue. We've been divided on a lot of issues over the years, but we don't let it affect our relationship. But especially with politics, there's a lot of things over the years we don't see eye to eye on. And that's just because of our different upbringing, the way that we were raised, the cultures that we grew up in. But I always joke with my husband and I tell him that he's a hypochondriac. For as long as I've known him, he's always worried about catching things, always wanting the hand sanitizer, always worried if we're around someone who's been around someone who's sick. He's extremely worried the whole time, can't enjoy himself, is not at peace at all. So there's a lot of anxiety and worry that he carries. And even this year, I think, and he agrees, because of all the events that have been happening this year, it's really upped his anxiety in a lot of areas of his life. And since January, he's been really worried almost daily that he has some kind of illness, and every day it's a different illness, and he'll Google it, and every day he notices these symptoms. They change all the time. Often they go away, but he's always worried that he has some kind of illness or disease, and he goes in often and sees the doctor. There was even a time when he didn't have any symptoms at all, but he was worried that what if he did have COVID? So he went in and got tested and he didn't have it. But he sees the doctor all the time lately for all kinds of different things. He very much always has his mask with him, always puts it on, and is always very worried, very on edge, not at ease, not at peace when we're around other people. And so we're different that way. And as of January, he's on about 5 medications right now. Prior to January of 2020, he was on 0 medications. He hasn't been on medications our whole 20 years of marriage, but as of January, up until now, he's now on 5 medications for different ailments and things. And I really believe a lot of that has to do with stress and anxiety, which is fueled by fear. But anyways, I do my best to put him at ease, to help him remember that God's in control, and to have that peace of mind. But I often reflect on the research that we have about the flu, the facts that we have about the flu. So we know this to be truth, we know these to be facts, yet we've never treated the flu this way. The flu even has a vaccine. Does it work? A lot of people would say no about that. That's another controversial topic. But regardless, we have this vaccine that a lot of people don't even take, and yet we still don't treat the flu this way. We also know of people who have had the flu vaccine and still contracted the flu and died from it. yet we still don't treat the flu this way. So I found this on the CDC website. Since last October up until April, that's the only information they're providing right now, is just that small, short window of months. We've had almost 62,000 deaths here in America just from the flu. Before we even reached that number here in the United States with COVID-19, people were already panicking. We were already being required to wear the masks. We were already experiencing the guidelines, 6 feet apart, social distancing, all of that. Businesses were shutting down, cities were shutting down, everything was falling apart and shutting down when it wasn't even compared to the numbers that we experience with the flu every year. And not to mention, as we saw in the clip that I shared earlier, these numbers with COVID are being manipulated here in the US. They're being manipulated. People are coming in with strokes and heart attacks and are dying from COVID in these hospitals. We're being told that all deaths occurring in these hospitals are being marked as COVID deaths, even if they died from a heart attack or a stroke, because they were in a COVID unit or on a COVID floor or around COVID people, they're being declared as COVID deaths. It's also interesting that on the CDC website, as of today, they are only showing death numbers from the flu up until April, but nothing beyond that. Why is that? And I have heard it reported in several places that many parts of the country are reporting 0% flu fatalities, which has never happened before, which is just completely bizarre. And I believe it's because all of these deaths are being counted as COVID-19 deaths in order to increase those numbers. I was able to find one article that was showing deaths from the flu just for last week. That's all it would show, was just for that 1 week, and it was 6% of all deaths in America were due to the flu. So that's just really interesting that we only have numbers for that 1 week, but there's just kind of this missing chunk. What's happening to all these flu cases? Why are there not any deaths being reported? Why are all the deaths in this country related to a virus considered COVID-19 cases, COVID-19 deaths? Just something to think about. Now, the difference between the flu and this virus is that we actually have a treatment for this virus. We have a treatment that rids all the symptoms within 24 hours so that people don't even need to be on a ventilator. They don't even need to go into the hospital. Approved by the FDA, but for some reason, in this circumstance, it's not being allowed. It was proven successful in France earlier this year. Of course, I had to do a search outside of Google in order to find this. When I'm researching anything on any of the topics I'm talking about today, and I'm researching that in Google, I'm only finding articles that are pro the left agenda. So in relation to this drug, everything I find in Google is against it. It's anti. But if I go outside of Google, I'm finding all these research studies and positive articles that are legit. So it's pretty interesting. Anyways, here's a study that was done in France. It says they studied 1,061 patients. And it says with this study, the key findings are that there was no cardiac toxicity observed. That's something that our FDA is saying. They're saying this drug is dangerous because it's toxic to your cardiovascular system. It's bad for your heart. But in this study, they didn't find that. It said that there was a good outcome. And the cure for this virus was obtained in 973 patients within 10 days. So that's a rate of 91.7%. That's pretty high. That's pretty significant. And the conclusion of the study says that when this treatment was started immediately after diagnosis, it was proven to be safe and efficient, with a mortality rate of 0.5% in elderly patients. That is extremely low, almost nothing. So as you can see, this is a very efficient drug, very effective, and works very fast. Which is crazy because right after it started to receive this attention here in the United States, when we started talking about the success that France was having, suddenly you can see here at the end of May, France banned the use of this drug only in COVID-19 cases, just like here in the United States. Here, you cannot get this drug if you have a COVID-19 diagnosis, even though this has been an FDA-approved drug for over 60 years here in the United States. You look at all of this and you can't help but think that we are being set up to fail. We have a medicine that's been proven to cure the virus fast, but instead everybody's being given the ventilators, which have been proven to end lives very fast. They are also far more expensive than this medication. This medication is only $13 at the pharmacy. It just doesn't make any sense. They'll allow doctors to prescribe it for other things such as arthritis and lupus. That's okay. They're not concerned about your cardiovascular system in those cases. But if you want it because you have COVID-19, suddenly they are concerned about your health. And they feel more comfortable putting you on a ventilator that has much more of a grim outcome than letting you take a medication that so many other Americans have been taking for over 60 years without any interference or opposition. Instead, we're creating more fear by crowding people into these hospitals and giving them a death sentence. And as you saw in that clip that I shared earlier, 99.9%, not counting the guy who pulled out his own tube, everyone who goes into that hospital and gets put to sleep and then placed on the ventilator, they never wake up. That's what's creating the fear. We also see people who are refusing to go into the hospitals because of that fear, and they're battling it out on their own at home. They're suffering a great deal when they don't have to. But just like with the flu, with a good immune system prevents us from getting this virus or having to suffer with it. We've been told that those with a compromised immune system, the elderly, and those with other underlying medical conditions should quarantine themselves, wear the mask, and take all precautions. But for the rest of America, we're really feeling the pushback and restrictions of going out and living life and getting our economy going again. That's what's different about this and the flu. We've also been told that zinc is a great preventative measure for getting this, but we're not hearing anyone talk about our immune systems and these many treatment options. We're just being fed that fear 24/7. All right, so lately there's been a lot of blackbird sightings. I've talked about in my past videos how I have had these personal encounters, strange encounters with birds as of lately. And I've seen over the last couple of weeks a lot of people posting things about blackbirds, things that are really out of the ordinary. Now in the last video message, I went back through some of my old videos and pulled some clips from there that had to do with my message. And as I was doing that, I came across this. Check it out. Okay, now someone reached out to me and she gave me permission to share this. I think this is highly significant, and I'm going to talk about it right at this point in the video because I'm reminded of it when I think of the angel of the covenant. So her email says, "Hi Lindsay, I listened to your last video and was intrigued with your description of the birds attacking you and your sister. I'm serving a mission in Nauvoo, and we had an interesting thing happen here a few weeks ago regarding birds. My husband and I were driving to the pageant building on the edge of town to attend a practice. On the way, as we passed by the temple, I happened to look up and see a large swarm of very large black birds hovering around the dome. I rarely see birds land on it or on Angel Moroni, because the temple has a recording of birds playing up in the dome to keep other birds from landing on it. But there was one bird sitting on Moroni's trumpet and another on top of the dome, with others circling around. It seemed kind of eerie to me. So when we returned about an hour later, I looked up to see the dome completely covered with these birds, as well as 3 on Moroni's trumpet. There's the number 3. And 1 on his head. This seemed unreal, as I had never seen any birds on the temple before. Besides this going on, there was a huge storm rolling in. By the time we got back to our house, the sirens in Nauvoo were going off, signaling a tornado warning. As I considered what I had seen at the temple, the thought occurred to me that those birds were a visual symbol of what Satan's dark forces are doing, attacking all that is God's. It was as if they were signaling the storm to come and attack the temple. I didn't stop to take a picture because we were in the midst of a severe storm warning, but I know I will never forget that image and what it represented to me. Then, as you may have heard, last week, Angel Moroni in Nauvoo was struck by lightning, leaving his face blackened where the gold leafing had been burned, and also destroying a piece of his trumpet, the part between Moroni's hand and his mouth. President Nelson has spent the last few years circling the globe crying repentance to all who would listen. He has mentioned that this is the message he felt impelled to share. So when I saw the picture of Moroni with a damaged trumpet, I had the thought that God may soon be through sounding his warning voice through his servants and will now preach his own sermons through the thundering, lightning, and storms. We have had several violent storms here in the Midwest this spring and summer, and you have probably seen the devastation of tornadoes and flooding that have occurred. Just all signs of the times we are living in. I just thought I would share these thoughts as they seem to go along with the things that you have been expressing in your videos. Thanks so much. So I responded to her, and it's interesting because I had the same thoughts that she did before I read that part of her email. I said, oh my goodness, I have spirit bumps all over after reading this. I just got back into town after a road trip, and yours was the first email I have read. I got the exact same feeling when I read your description of the angel Moroni, that God was done sounding the alarm. This was it. Time is up. Satan is aware of this, and he is thrilled. He's going to take down as many souls as he can. The battle is on. Wow. An additional thought that I had about this when I was looking at this image of the mouthpiece that is missing and the trump being silenced, when I think of a mouthpiece, I think of the prophet. He is the mouthpiece for the Lord, and the enemy is trying to silence him. Also, when I thought about a silent trump, I thought about President Trump. Could this be a warning that President Trump is also about to be silenced? I had forgotten all about this, but it reminded me of what happened earlier this year here in Utah with our earthquake and the trumpet that fell from the angel Moroni on the Salt Lake Temple. What stood out to me with this video, it took place in Illinois, and the lightning blackened angel Moroni's face. So I'm hearing in my mind black face. Then you had the black birds landing on that trumpet prior to it being damaged. It was just all of these warnings pointing to something. What I found interesting is as I've been pondering this and preparing my notes for this video, I noticed that that happened exactly 1 year ago to this week. June of 2019. So it was a warning 1 year ago that we were going to be up against all of this. Where it's connected to the Lord's church because of the angel Moroni and his purpose makes me think of persecution. The keywords black with the black face and the black birds and everything that's been going on with this Black Lives Matters movement. I really believe that this is just leading us into that next phase of persecution, religious persecution, and persecution on the saints of the church. I've been feeling that for a while, and I've been talking about that in a lot of my videos. We know this is something that's coming. President Nelson and the leaders of the church have been telling us about this as of recently and over the past couple of years. So it really shouldn't be a surprise. But I believe that those were the signs letting us know that these would be the issues, that this would be the movement that fuels that persecution, that causes the angel Moroni to drop his trumpet, to put a stop to proclaiming that message of the restoration of the gospel to all the world. In the last video message, I talked about how I believed this is what was next, that at first it was all about racism, but now they're going to see the success they've had with that and steer their focus towards religion. They're going to say that religion offends them, Christians offend them. And no sooner than I said that and put out that video, we saw this happening. We saw this push now to tear down statues of Christ because they look European, they look white. But tearing down all these statues of Christ takes Christ out of the country. This is another movement that's going to be aimed at Christians. And what a lot of people have pointed out is, isn't it fascinating that President Nelson announced at the last General Conference the change of our new logo for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It's the Christus statue. And that's the statue they've been showing in a lot of these news articles about tearing down the Christ statues. They've been showing that one. So that's just interesting that that's now our logo for our church, and there's being this push, this call to get rid of all of those statues. Just something to pay attention to. So I had a dream last night, and I want to share it real quick and just squeeze it into this part of the video. I'm already editing the video, but I feel like I need to share this. So last night, after everyone went to bed, I just had this feeling that I needed to write in my journal. It's been a while. There was dust on my journal. So I pulled out my journal, and I just filled up 2 pages just talking to the Lord. And I just was talking to him about everything that's going on, how I feel about it, and just asking to hear him. I just said, I just want to hear you right now. I just want to hear what you have to say. So it was almost like a prayer that I was writing in my journal. After that, I had a thought in my mind to pull out my phone and go back into the church website. There were some things in there that I needed to really read and dissect that I had sort of just skipped over. There were about 4 things that stood out to me. And I'm not going to go over that right now, but I have links to this down below if you want to check it out yourself. But there were some things that were said in this lesson manual that were a witness of things that I had been hearing during the week. So I had heard other people mention things, or I had come across random videos, maybe someone shared a dream or something, and everything in this lesson manual was a witness of something I had just heard earlier this week. Word for word. There were 4 items, and so I took screenshots and I circled those, and I've been pondering on that. So I went to bed and I had this dream. Now let me just tell you that every morning my kids are up by like 6:30, 7, the dog is up, my husband's alarm goes off, and so I have lots of distractions when I wake up in the morning. I feel like I'm just kind of yanked out of bed, so I never get to realize if I've had any dreams. So for some reason this morning, my kids and the dog slept in until 8:30. I was up before them. And I went on a walk, and as I was walking, I remembered my dream. I had a dream last night, so I'm going to share it with you. I had a dream. I remember in this dream that there was a room, and it was a really dark room. There was just like a dimly lit lamp in the background, but the whole room was dark. And it was filled with all these leaders from different Christian churches and denominations. And from what I understood, this was like an annual event where they would get together and have this discussion or conversation about faith. They had invited leaders from our church to participate in this. And so it showed 2 leaders in the dream who were delegated to come participate in this discussion. I didn't recognize who they were. In the dream, I felt that they were members of the 70, so I wasn't very familiar with them. But it showed them sitting there joining in the discussion, and they were asked a very direct question about our doctrine. I don't remember what it was, but I saw that as they went to answer that question, they only got in a few sentences when these leaders from these other faiths started attacking them, and they were getting angry and sort of yelling things like blasphemy and pointing their fingers and saying, how could you say that? How dare you say that? That is so wrong. And just getting very upset with these 2 leaders. So, you could tell they felt very uncomfortable. So they kind of stopped. They stopped talking. And the conversation went on. And then again, they were asked another question. They were asked, what do you teach about this? And so again, they began to answer the question, and just got a few sentences in when everyone in the room started attacking them again and saying, blasphemy, how could you say that? That's what's wrong with your church. you're not Christian. It just was horrible. It was really uncomfortable, and I could feel how uncomfortable these two leaders felt, that everyone in the room was against them. Now, because the room was filled with darkness, I felt like that represented there was a spirit of darkness attached to this event, that a lot of people in that room were in darkness. And it made me think that maybe the persecution that we're going to face as members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints may just come from people within the Christian community. I don't know if that's how it will start, but from what it looked like in my dream is there were a lot of other churches and leaders pointing fingers at us and singling us out and putting all the negative attention and focus on us. It kind of reminded me of the Pharisees, how the Pharisees would point fingers at other people in the church and accuse them of things that they were guilty of themselves, as to take the negative attention off of them and the focus off of them and get everyone ridiculing, blaming, and attacking these other people in the church. As I've thought about this, I kind of thought maybe as Christianity as a whole comes under persecution in this country, which is already happening, there will be many churches who want to take the heat off of themselves and point the fingers at other churches who they think deserves the criticism and attacking. So maybe as they all come under heat from protests and these other groups, as a way to take the attention and the focus off of them, as a way to sort of protect themselves, they'll say, no, who you really want to be attacking is this group over here. That's just kind of what it felt like. It felt like instead of coming together and uniting together for the common good and just saying, hey, we're all in this together, let's have this discussion together about faith and let's talk about the things we have in common with our love for Jesus Christ. Instead of that, it went south real quick and they were just like, no, you're separate from us. You're separate from us. What you believe and what you're teaching is wrong. I mean, they were angry. And so I just felt like, yes, there's going to be persecution for Christianity as a whole, but it feels like there's going to be this separate persecution for the saints, for members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It was just this feeling in my dream of we get it more intense, and we get it from people within the faith community. So in this dream, I go outside and I see these two kids in a schoolyard, and there was this 12-year-old girl and like a 7 or 8-year-old boy, and they pull out these black guns that look like machine guns. And I thought, oh my goodness, why do these kids have these machine guns? Oh my gosh, what's become of this world? And all of a sudden they aim them at each other and they shoot, and I'm just getting ready for it, and water comes out. They were water guns. And I thought, what in the world? Who would make a water gun look like a machine gun? And as I've pondered about that, it almost felt like what that symbolized was a lot of the crazy things that we see and hear about in the news, the things that really shock us. A lot of that is being staged. Those weren't real guns, they were water guns, and they were children waving them around. And it made me feel like that a lot of the things we're going to hear about and see going forward that are really shocking. I mean, if I saw children in the streets protesting with guns, I would be pretty shocked. But I'm feeling like a lot of that is staged, and it's kind of like smoke and mirrors. It's not what it really is. But it's meant to create that fear. It's meant to shock us, to create more headlines, and to really add fuel to the fire. So that was the feeling that I got. Again, that's part of Satan's plan. But we know that it's not very far away, and he's going to be out of the picture for 1,000 years. So though he's trying to put a stop to the Lord's work right now, and he's winning some small battles and having some small successes, overall, the Lord is still in charge. The Lord is still in control of his work. And even if we have a temporary break, a temporary obstacle, it will be accomplished. So as I was reflecting on all of this, I received an alert last weekend on my phone from Apple News telling me that the Black Lives Matter movement was joining forces with the LGBTQ movement and community. They were joining forces to come together to achieve their purposes. Now that was this last weekend, and this last weekend, what did we see all over the news? The gay pride celebrations that took place all over the country. Isn't it interesting that this is a year later to the week, to the date of the angel Moroni being damaged and having a black face? And in joining their efforts together, they are redesigning a new flag that represents both groups. Here's a screenshot, here's a picture that was sent to me that illustrates this. Now I want to say that I have Black family members, relatives, and ancestors in my own family, blood related. So I can tell you right now that I don't even have an ounce of racism in my blood. Having said that, I can confidently say that I think we can all agree, even these family members of mine, that the Black Lives Matter movement is more than just a movement. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. And in fact, a lot of us are seeing that it's not even wearing sheep's clothing. A lot of the times, it's a wolf looking like a wolf. And many Americans have pointed out that this movement has turned into a political party. And at times, it almost seems like a religion or a cult. Those who don't bow down to this group or to the God that they serve or to the agenda that they serve, in other words, the God that they serve, they get punished. I really feel like we're going to see things happening this year with these two groups joining together, BLM and the LGBTQ community, with them joining together. As I've said in my last video, I feel like the attention is going to turn towards Christians and people of faith. And we've seen how these groups and protesters have no problem tearing down government buildings, police precincts, destroying monuments. They have no problem going into these places and just tearing it all down. If the faith community, if the Christian community, if the Latter-day Saint community, if they become the next target, the next focus of anger and hatred, as groups of people that are oppressing these other people's rights and liberties and whatnot, these people will have no problem coming into our churches and destroying our buildings and tearing it all apart and burning it down. They'll have no problem doing that. And I believe that there's a lot of people, a lot of saints who have just kind of been teetering on that line, and especially all the people that are supporting these groups and trying to do what's politically correct, 1 foot in the gospel and 1 foot outside, especially people wanting to join these other groups and support these movements. I feel that this is what will push these people over the edge. I really feel that these people will be swayed over to the other side, that it will be members of our own communities and our own groups. They will add to that persecution. I just feel like that's what's coming. I just feel it. Just watching everything happen in the news, the way that it's playing out, it just seems like it's leading to that. It's just a feeling that I have, and it goes along with everything that I just shared. So I just wanted to share that with you, and maybe you've been feeling the same way too. Now, my sister called me this week and she shared an experience with me. She said that she was out in the backyard with her kids. She came around to the front and she saw this lady in her ward who was going door to door. And this is a lady that everyone admires and looks up to, a very stalwart Latter-day Saint in their ward. Beautiful lady, beautiful family, somebody that everybody loves. And so she was really curious. I wonder why she's going door to door. She said she walked up to her own front door and there she saw a flyer. So she picked it up and read the flyer and realized what it was that this lady was going around informing her neighbors about. She said that this lady was starting a movement where she was wanting everyone in her neighborhood, everyone in her ward, to show their support for gay pride. She wanted them to purchase for $20 a rainbow flag to display on their house. And my sister said to me, she said, when I read that, it felt like in that moment that this was a mark, that we were marking our houses with this flag. She said, I couldn't help but think of the Passover, and I'm feeling it right now. We've talked about this in past videos. She said it felt like the Passover, that we were showing the Lord what it was we were marking our homes with. We were showing the destroying angel what it was that we were marking our homes with. And she said, I didn't want to mark my home with that flag. And she said, it felt so awkward because I didn't know if all my neighbors were going to feel this way as well, or if I was going to be the only one who didn't put a flag on my home. And then was I going to now be ostracized and possibly even persecuted by my own neighbors? By my own ward? She said it just made me feel sick to my stomach. She has some family members that live in her neighborhood who are also in her ward, and they were together talking the other day, and she brought it up and said, how did that make you feel? Did you get one of those flyers on your door? And she said they told her, well, yeah, it made us feel just fine. We're totally going to buy one of those flags and show our support. Aren't you? And she said it just became even more awkward. She realized in that moment that she and her own family members were not on the same page on this issue. She just assumed that they were, but they weren't. And she said the rest of the day, they treated her like she was less than, as though they were kind of looking down upon her. She said she could feel from them that they saw her as someone who doesn't love, who isn't compassionate, that she was part of the problem, and it made her feel horrible. And we got talking about that and how easy it is for so many people to be pressured in to feeling the need to support these movements because they don't want to feel like the one person in the room who isn't loving, who isn't compassionate, who isn't kind. It's as though they're feeling that this is the Christ-like thing to do. So we're going to talk about that right now. She then went on to tell me about her friend, who she's been friends with for years, since childhood. And this friend of hers had some family members that were involved in an infamous shooting here in Utah several years ago, which killed her uncle and injured her cousin. And when her cousin came to in his hospital bed, when he came out of his coma, the first thing he said to his girlfriend, who was standing by his hospital bed, is, "Leave the room. I don't want you here. I'm now gay." So he came out of his coma, now attracted to men, and instantly ended that relationship with his girlfriend. And she went on to tell me that he has since found happiness in discovering a church that is a breakoff of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And then she told me a little bit of history about that. She said it's not something you're going to be able to Google and find because it's on the down low, it's on the underground. But there's a woman, and they call her Aunt Vicky, or Miss Vicky. She raised 2 sons that became gay, and because that was very hard for her and put their family through a lot, she felt like she needed to do something to help support her sons in their decisions and the path that they were on. And so she decided to leave the LDS church and start her own church, to which she is the bishop of that church, Bishop Vicky. And so they have a woman bishop, and she's created her own doctrines that are a spin-off of the doctrine, and she's twisted and changed everything to promote this lifestyle and this path that her sons are on. And she felt that's what she needed to do so she could feel right with herself. What it's ended up doing is it's pulled a lot of people away from the church, off of the covenant path, and onto this other path that she has created. Now, I want to put this out there too. I have gay relatives. I have people in my own family tree, as does my husband, cousins, uncles, who are gay men. We love them and treat them just the same as we love and treat everyone else in the family. Having said that, I can say with confidence that we can love people. We can love everyone, no matter what choices they make in this life. But loving them does not mean we have to endorse or support movements and groups that go against God's laws, work against His doctrine, take people off of the covenant path, and destroy religious freedom. You see, I think a lot of people are confusing those choices to support these groups and this agenda. They're confusing that with showing their love. As I reflected on that, I was reminded of different women that I know in my life. Women who are the mothers of gay children. And there's a stark difference. One group of these women really struggle to make that distinction with staying on the covenant path and teaching their children to stay on the covenant path and showing them love. They feel that in order to show love to their children and help their children feel loved, they need to teeter off the covenant path and adjust things in the gospel to help their children feel loved and supported. Then the other group of moms that I know, the other group of women, are the opposite. They love their children, and their children know that. But because of the choices and the paths that their children have chose to go down, that hasn't at all affected their testimony or caused them to waver from the path. They have stood firm in truth, in their beliefs, and in the gospel, and they've told their children, my job as your parent is to love you, but to also teach you truth and to help you stay on this covenant path. that is the only path that will lead to your happiness, eternal happiness. They love their children, but they let them know, I don't support these groups. I don't support this movement, and I'm not going to hang that flag on our home. And here's why. They love them enough to tell them the why. And you know what? Surprisingly to many, they have a great relationship with these children. They're open in their communication, but they do it in love. You see, we can still share truth and be firm in teaching what's right and what's wrong. And we can do that in love. Just because our loved ones are making choices contrary to the doctrine, to the gospel, to the plan of happiness, doesn't mean we have to push them away and exile them. That's not what the Lord would do. The Lord pulled everyone in and He loved them, but He also taught them truth. He loved them, but He taught them repentance. We're expected to do the same as parents in this latter day, but I'm finding that a lot of parents are struggling to do that. They can't differentiate teaching truth and giving love. They feel that in order to show love, they have to go off of that path with their children. But the truth is, if we put God first and we love Him most, then we stay on His path. We hold on to that iron rod, and we know that through those covenants that we have made in the temple, our children will be saved. This is a promise that has been made to us. We can have that trust in the Lord. We can have that confidence in Him, that we can still love our children, not love their choices, not love their behaviors, but love them. But we can still love them. But more importantly, we love God more. We put Him first, His will above everything else, even when we don't understand it. Here's something that President Oaks has said about this issue. He says, our walk opposes recruitment away from the covenant path, and it denies support to any who lead people away from the Lord. In all of this, we remember that God promises hope and ultimate joy and blessings for all who keep His commandments. Here's some more perspective on this.
So George, tell us, why is this onslaught from the LGBTQ community occurring in our culture at this time? It seems they've gone from fighting for societal tolerance to indoctrination, demanding that our culture embrace a minority lifestyle.
I think it's going to continue to get worse. I knew when they opened the floodgates, it's never going to be enough really until we look at the bigger picture of what the agenda is really about. And that is silencing Christians and all opposition to this agenda and anything that is pro-family, pro-Christian, pro-life, pro-America. It's just an agenda that's going to keep going until they can silence everyone.
Well, explain to us then, how is it that you, raised by a Southern Baptist minister, a father, came to embrace a gay lifestyle?
Well, my journey was I really struggled with a lot of bullying when I was a kid. There was a disconnect with my male peers, and because of the demands of my father's ministry, and he wasn't around a lot, I think there was something in me that was missing male affection and male bonding. So when I went through a lot of bullying. So when I first stepped into a gay bar at 18, it was the first time that men were looking at me differently and treating me differently. I wasn't getting the negative attention, but it was a positive attention. And it really became addicting, because for someone who really didn't have that for 18 years of their life, I just quickly became addicted to that life, and it just descended within 3 years. By that point, I was already battling drugs and alcohol, depression. I had a sex addiction. I was a prostitute, and I attempted suicide, and it would still be 22 more years before God would finally get me out of that life.
There's a growing effort in states around the nation right now to adopt legislation prohibiting counseling that attempts to bring gays and lesbians out of the homosexual lifestyle. Your thoughts on that? Should we have laws banning conversion therapy?
Absolutely not. The way they tell it, they act as if every counselor out there is doing harm to an LGBT individual, and it's not the case. I've worked with both secular and Christian counselors, and everyone has been respectful of my journey, what I've been struggling with, even my faith. I have not had anyone harm me, and I've been through lots of therapy with lots of therapists. What they need to understand is there are LGBT individuals who do not want these feelings, and they want help getting that healing and wholeness that they want so they can have a family and children. That is their desire. And they have every right to seek out whatever kind of counseling they need to get that healing and wholeness. The LGBT activists and even the government does not have the right to step in and mandate and dictate that we have to be saddled with these feelings.
And I'm sure just like you, many gays, George, you at one time viewed Christians as intolerant enemies. So how should churches and Christians respond then to gay members in their congregations?
For me, I really hated Christians. I had such a negative view of them, and I had really been hurt by them. And it was really God slowly immersing me back into the church, but with Christians who truly had the heart of Christ, that allowed me a safe place to go and just sit with them. And I wasn't harassed or bullied or mistreated, but it was sitting under the power of the conviction of the Holy Spirit, of pastors who had the guts to speak the truth of God's word. And I knew that by the Christians in my own life who were loving and who invested time in me and poured love into me, that really gave me a lot of food for thought. And God started to expose the lies of the LGBT activists, including the liberal theologians who pushed the gay is okay narrative. And after I had to work through the lies, and God deprogrammed me of those lies and gave me the healing that I needed, gave me the strength to walk out of that life.
I wrote a blog post about this a few years ago, and I'll put a link to that down below. Some of the videos that I shared in that blog post have since been removed from YouTube, but it's about a couple of different groups. You see, there's a growing group of Christians who are leaving that lifestyle behind and putting God first. It's a movement of people who have said, you know what, things weren't easy in my childhood. There was abuse, or I was bullied, I was picked on a lot, or whatever their different negative experiences were. Something they all have in common is that they had negative experiences from their past that led them to pursue this path, that led them their sexuality and their attraction. There came a time in their life when they realized that they weren't happy, that they thought that by pursuing this path and doing what they want would have this sense of freedom and happiness, but instead it did the opposite. It brought them some of their darkest days and darkest moments. They went looking for love, or what they thought was love, but never found it. It was never lasting. It never fulfilled them. It never satisfied. So finally, through certain circumstances, they started to pursue a path that would lead to true happiness, real and lasting happiness. And that path led to God. It led to Jesus Christ. It led to a change of heart, which led to repentance, which led to transformation. And every single one of these people has said, I no longer belong to the LGBTQ community. I've lost that attraction, I've lost that desire, and here's the part that offends a lot of people. But these are their words, not mine. They've all said, I am healed, I am whole, and I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. This story is also in the LDS community, and I talk about that in that blog post of a young man, a Latter-day Saint, who said the same thing, who went from that lifestyle to now being married to a beautiful young woman in the temple on the covenant path, and he says he has found happiness he never thought he would experience in this life. Through a change of heart and fully utilizing the Lord's atonement, he was transformed so drastically that he no longer had an attraction to men. You hear these stories about these gay men who feel that they have to do the right thing, so they marry a woman because they feel it's the right thing to do, it's what they're supposed to do, but according to them, they're living a lie, and they end up being unhappy and leaving their wife and breaking up their family. But you know what? That's not the case with these stories. With these stories, these people are recognizing, you know what? Something wasn't right in my life. There were things I was ignoring from my past, things that I had done that were against the commandments of God, and I knew it. And I tried to hide it, I tried to justify it, I tried to ignore it, but it wasn't until I addressed all of those issues and I fully accessed the healing power of the atonement of Jesus Christ. That's when I finally felt God's love for the first time. That's finally when I felt what His love actually feels like. And it was His love that changed me, that transformed me, that healed me. And I'm a completely different person today than I used to be. They're calling it a miracle. So it's different. It's not the same as people that feel they have to go down the covenant path because it's the right thing to do. It's the expected thing to do. Suppressing things that they've never brought out into the light, that they've never dealt with the Lord through His atonement. I think there's a lot of people who just try to suppress it and ignore it. I don't think that's the right way either. But anyways, this is a side of the story you're never going to hear because people think it's offensive. They really do. And in fact, in this blog post, this family in the video that was deleted, the parents of this young LDS man said that they wrote a book about his story, and Deseret Book refused to carry it because they said that it would be too offensive. But with this LGBTQ movement and the Black Lives Matter movements, especially them joining together. So my friend Beth shared this amazing story that led into a conversation that has to do with what we're talking about right now in the video. She said, "Storm came out of nowhere last night. I was awake and researching when it hit. I went and moved the kids from underneath the windows and then started watching it and praying like crazy for safety over our home, property, garden, and animals." She lives in Missouri where they get tornadoes. And she said there was this huge red line coming toward us on the radar. Afterward, I checked the radar again and was shocked to see that the red wall of storm craziness completely broke up and split in half, going around our home. So she took a screenshot, a video recording of this, and you'll see here a blue dot. The blue dot is where she lives, and you'll see the storm coming towards her, that red line, and that's the time when she was praying. And then you see right when it hits where her house is, it splits in half and goes around the side of her property and then goes back together to form a line. That is the power of prayer right there. She said that it felt like the Red Sea parting for Moses. And I thought that was so neat because I've heard so many times, it's in the scriptures, how the miracles that we're going to see in our day that we live in right now will be greater than miracles such as the parting of the Red Sea, the miracles that Moses saw. Those miracles will be greater than that. So it was interesting that she made that comparison. Then of course she said when she sent it, it happened to be 113. There is that number 113. And I believe too that when this storm was happening, she said she was researching and doing family history work. And the number 113 is a number that we see all the time connected to family history work. It's 311 backwards, third day power in this 11th hour. And she went on to talk about the storm. She said the lightning was bad. At one point, it was just continuously lighting up the sky. And she said it was a crazy color, like pink and blue flashes, not yellow or white. She said, I've never seen that before, but standing outside, we could see it. She said it wasn't coming down around us, but in the clouds. It was like a neon sign whenever it would go off. Hot pink color and light in the clouds. Now, when she described the lightning as pink and blue flashes, that stood out to me, and here's why. I said, you mentioned pink and blue flashes. We were at a firework tent today, and there was a firework called Pink and Blue. It was like a gender reveal firework. In fact, it said that on the bottom of the firework. It said gender reveal. And it said it emits pink and blue flashes of light. For some reason, that firework stood out the most to me out of all the fireworks in the tent. I had never seen it before. And I said, after you mentioned pink and blue lightning, that caught my attention. I said, pink and blue relates to gender. It was just Gay Pride Month. I'll have to ponder about this. Then she sent me a screenshot of all of these different flags in the LGBTQ community. And as you can see, The pink and blue represents the transgender community. It's the transgender flag. And I thought about that, and we both thought that, maybe there's something coming that we need to be aware of, that we need to be paying attention to, that has to do with this community and things to come, things having to do with our rights and our freedoms. And so I thought this was interesting. We didn't realize there were this many sexual and gender identity options. And she pointed out that they've incorporated these colors of these flags in the newly designed pride flag. So as you can see, there it is. There's the pink and the blue and all the other colors. They seem to point, it's like the shape of an arrow. They point towards the rainbow. They point towards that covenant. It just really stands out to me. I think it's so important to understand that we can love people, but we don't have to prove that love by joining these movements and endorsing these groups and organizations. Groups and organizations that go against God's laws and work to destroy religious freedom. Now, speaking of religious freedom, Elder Bednar recently had something to say about this topic. Have a listen.
Living even for a brief few weeks under the restrictions imposed on religious activity by COVID-19 is a stark reminder that nothing is more precious to people of faith than the freedom to worship Almighty God according to the dictates of our own conscience and to openly and freely live according to our convictions. Religious liberty is one of the just and holy principles underlying the Constitution of the United States. That liberty draws from and in turn reinforces the other rights protected by the First Amendment. The right to speak freely, to make use of a free press, to peaceably gather with others, and to petition the government to redress grievances. Freedom of religion stands as a bulwark against unlimited government power. It safeguards the right to think for oneself, to believe what one feels to be true, and to exercise moral agency accordingly. It secures the space necessary to live with faith, integrity, and devotion. It nurtures strong families. It protects communities of faith and the rich and sacred relationships they make possible. Nothing government does is more important than fostering the conditions wherein religion can flourish. Third reflection. Religious freedom is fragile. As we have just experienced, religious freedom can quickly be swept aside in the name of protecting other societal interests. Despite COVID-19 risks, North American jurisdictions declared as essential numerous services related to alcohol, animals, marijuana, and other concerns. But often religious organizations and their services were simply deemed non-essential, even when their activities could be conducted safely. In the name of protecting physical health and security, or advancing other social values, government often acted without regard to the importance of protecting spiritual health and security. It often seemed to forget that securing religious freedom is as vital as physical health. Reflection 4. In a time of crisis, sensitive tools are necessary to balance the demands of religious liberty with the just interests of society. Now, I am not for a moment saying that religious freedom can be unlimited in the middle of a pandemic, nor am I saying that all government officials have disregarded religious rights. Far from it. What I am saying is that we can no more disregard the valid claims of religious freedom in a time of crisis than we can disregard the valid claims of freedom of speech, freedom of the press, or freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures. Nor should we prioritize secular interests above religious ones. A health crisis should not become an excuse for a religious freedom crisis. I believe we must always remember a key principle. Specifically, religion should not be treated less favorably than analogous secular activities. For example, the orders of one state barred Catholic priests from anointing a parishioner with holy oil in the performance of last rites, even if the person was not sick with COVID-19, even if the priest and parishioner were protected with masks and gloves, and even if the oil was applied with a swab. In the same state, my church could not perform baptisms even under the safest of conditions. Protecting a person's physical health from the coronavirus is, of course, important, but so is a person's spiritual health. That same state allowed lawyers to meet with people to administer to their legal needs, allowed doctors to meet with people to administer to their health needs, and allowed caregivers to administer food to satisfy nutritional needs. But it did not allow a clergy person to administer to a person's religious needs, even when the risk of all these activities was essentially the same. This example, and many more like it, illustrate a profound devaluing of religion. We can and we must do better. I also believe we must always remember a second essential principle, namely, policymakers, even in a crisis, should limit the exercise of religion only when it truly is necessary to preserve public health and safety. When the needs of society are great, officials should still ask whether there is some way of addressing those needs, other than by burdening or banning the exercise of religion. With goodwill and a little creativity, ways can almost always be found to fulfill society's needs and the imperative to protect religious freedom. After all, the COVID-19 virus is not attracted uniquely to religious people. As most of us now recognize, a variety of methods can be used to mitigate the risk of the virus that do not require outright prohibitions on religious worship or gatherings. The COVID-19 crisis has presented us with a unique opportunity to reaffirm and shore up religious freedom. We have witnessed the government's swift, well-intentioned, but often dangerous breaching of the boundaries that protect the free exercise of religion. Do we hear the buzzer on the alarm clock? This is a wake-up call for all of us. Those fundamental boundaries and protections must be healed, renewed, and fortified. While believers in their religious organizations must be good citizens in a time of crisis, we cannot allow government officials to treat the exercise of religion as simply non-essential. Never again must the fundamental right to worship be trivialized below the ability to buy gasoline. In the midst of crisis, the prodigal son in the biblical parable came to himself and began the long journey back to his home. No doubt in that moment he realized the error of his ways. But more fundamentally, I think he also realized that he had forgotten who he was. There among the swine, he remembered. And then everything changed. In our understandable desire to combat COVID-19, we too, as a society, may have forgotten something about who we are and about what is most precious. Perhaps we have not fully remembered that faith and the right to exercise it are central to our identity as believers and to all that we deem good and right and worthy of protection. Now is the time for us to heed the wake-up call, to remember and to act. That we may do so is my hope and my earnest prayer. As I now come to the end of my message, I joyfully exercise what for me, personally, is one of the greatest religious liberties. I express these thoughts in the name of Him whom I serve, whom I love, and whom I represent, even Jesus Christ. Amen.
Now it's funny because I made this meme earlier this year for the purpose of sharing in a video message, and I forget every time to put it in my video, so here it is. My whole point with this was to show how backwards it is, how crazy it is to see that we really are living in this day when the world is calling good evil and evil good. This is the perfect illustration of that, as we can see that liquor stores are deemed essential, but churches are not. So people who are wanting to deal with their issues and battle their demons are feeling the need to turn to alcohol because that's what's being made available to them. But the real therapy that works, God, the churches, those are not being made available to them during these difficult, crazy, and stressful times. How backwards is that, right? Elder Bednar said the same thing. Now it's interesting, in the video clip I shared earlier from last year, a year ago to this week, where I talked about the angel Moroni in Illinois. And it's interesting that right before I talked about that in that video, I was talking about the rainbow and God's covenant with stars and unicorns and other things that have been big in clothing. But this time, you guys, it's rainbows. During editing this video, I took my kids clothes shopping today, and I couldn't believe that everywhere we looked, everything had rainbows. And it's so funny because when I pointed it out and I started taking pictures, as you can see, suddenly a song came on in the store about rainbows. And then my daughter made mention of that. She noticed it too. Then as soon as we got in the car and I turned the car on, there was a song on the radio about rainbows. And so I think I did make a connection. This is a clear sign of the covenant. And Sadhu continues to talk about how this angel of the covenant is coming right now. And he's seen him. And there's just so much being talked about right now about covenants. Even the enemy is trying to mimic these covenants and steal these symbols. Though the adversary has given the rainbow a completely different meaning, we do see it dominating fashion and pop culture right now more than ever. Are you noticing it too? I believe that the adversary is using the rainbow as a symbol of this movement as a mockery to God. I know a lot of us feel that way, and that's why we're not marking our home with that flag. I've been reading Tim Ballard's book right now called The Covenant. And in there, he talks about this being a covenant land, a covenant nation. He talks about the history of the covenants that the people who have come here for religious freedom and protection, the covenants that they have entered in with God on this land, and how that's kept us over the centuries having that religious freedom, enjoying those liberties because of these righteous men and women who came before us. And so in his book, he says that when we as a nation sin against the covenant, that's when our nation falls. We've seen that time and time throughout the Book of Mormon. Anytime a people, a righteous people, turned to sin and went against the Lord, their nation, their civilization fell every time. I've talked in past videos about the abomination of desolation, how it really feels that this movement is the fulfillment of the abomination of desolation. It's an abomination to the Lord that makes the land desolate. So hanging this flag means being in support of this movement. And what does this movement support? Abomination of desolation, redefining God's laws, and trampling religious freedom to do so. If we really love someone, why would we want to support them going off of the covenant path? Wouldn't we want to do all that we could to keep them on that path, to bring them into the love of God, to help them feel God's love, and not by force, but by setting that example ourselves? If we know, if we truly believe that God's plan of happiness, that his plan of salvation is the only way to eternal happiness, if we truly believe that, why aren't we teaching that to our kids? Why are we afraid of offending them or offending other people? If we truly love them, we're going to want to teach them the truth. That's what the parents of this Latter-day Saint young man did. They never wavered from that truth. They taught him God's plan for happiness. They taught him that God designed marriage to be between a man and a woman, that new and everlasting covenant was created for salvation unto exaltation, because God wants to exalt his children. He wants to exalt families. He wants us to be together forever in his glory. That's what he wants. He created the family to be a father and a mother who through their union with God could become co-creators and create life, which would create a family unit, which glorifies God and brings us eternal happiness. So supporting this flag means supporting these movements and these organizations, which means supporting the people who fund these movements and organizations. So let's talk about that right now. Who is it that's funding the LGBTQ movement? Take a look. So why is George Soros so passionate about this? Does he really care about these people? We learn from the biography of his own father that a young George Soros found joy in robbing and pillaging his own people, the Jewish people, during World War II. He found joy in oppressing oppressed groups. So supporting these movements and supporting the people who fund these movements means that we're supporting their agenda. We're supporting what they're all about. It means supporting the Equality Act. We've talked about this in past videos. Let's talk about it again. Here's an article I found on a Christian news site where this man expressed his feelings very well in a letter to fellow Christians. He says, "The end game of the LGBTQ movement, although possibly not realized by its marchers, but by its leaders, is this: detaching America from its original Judeo-Christian heritage and the moral framework which was the foundation upon which we were established. How will they accomplish this? Legislatively. And as their demands grow, the one piece of legislation that makes every leftist liberal salivate is the Equality Act. Brethren, if this becomes law in the U.S., initially there will be lawyers in boardrooms brainstorming about overturning this satanically inspired law. But if this is God's will in His prophetic plan for us, then we will literally be between a rock and a hard place. The language of the Equality Act is such that we will be strong-armed in doing things that our Lord would never have us do. A common Christian mantra is to love the sinner but hate the sin. Many leftists take the opposite approach and fiercely hate people who don't believe as they do or serve the same master. What is the concern that Christians have about the Equality Act? As Andrew T. Walker wrote, the bill represents the most invasive threat to religious liberty ever proposed in America, given that it touches areas of education, public accommodation, employment, and federal funding. Were it to pass, its sweeping effects on religious liberty, free speech, and freedom of conscience would be both historic and also chilling. Virtually no area of American life would emerge unscathed from the Equality Act's reach. Walker adds, no less significant would be the long-term effects of how the law would shape the moral imagination of future generations. 24 states have similar laws, and the consequences for residents of those states have been disastrous. So to so many people, the rainbow flag represents leading people off the path, the covenant path, the new and everlasting covenant. So here's a question I ask. Does God want His children to be able to progress and become like Him? You either believe that or you don't. If you do, let me ask this next question. Did God not create families so that they could progress eternally? If you answer yes, then do you also agree that the purpose of His plan of happiness, is salvation and exaltation? In other words, saving us from eternal death in order to bring us into eternal life, which is life in His love, in His presence. And exaltation is exalting us into a state of glory, because everything that God creates was created to glorify Him. So if you believe all of that, let's take it a step further. Did God's plan include His daughters marrying His daughters? Did it include His sons marrying His sons? The answer to that is no. His daughters and His daughters together cannot create. His sons and His sons together cannot create. That power of creation only takes place in union with His sons and His daughters together. Everything else goes against His laws, the very laws of creation, which leads to desolation. If there's no more creation taking place, well, the opposite of creation is desolation, emptiness, nothingness. This sounds like the plan of Satan, and he does all that he can to convince people to go against the laws of God. Now, God doesn't label us. We label us. He doesn't see us as gay children, black children, rich children, poor children. No, we are all just His children. He doesn't divide us up and put those labels on us. We do. Or in other words, Satan does that, and we listen to him. We go along with it. We make flags and creeds and mottos and create these groups that separate us. We say we can't be friends because we're different. These flags and these groups are what put up walls. It's what causes the division. Before we came here, we were all just God's children. We chose that division. Satan introduced us to it, and we went along with it. So let's talk about this agenda that Satan has. Why is he working so hard to get men to fulfill his agenda, to create these groups that create the division? Why is he doing this? Well, Cleon Skousen wrote a book about this. President Ezra Taft Benson also talked a great deal about this. Let's take a look. This is in Cleon Skousen's book, The Naked Communist. And for those of you who don't know, Cleon Skousen was a Latter-day Saint who worked for the CIA. And in his book, he talks about the communists' plan, their blueprint for taking over the world governments. Now, I have a slideshow here. These are screenshots that my friend Beth sent me, and I don't think they're in any particular order. But here we go. We're just going to cover some of these. This is part of the plan, and it's crazy to see how many of these have already been fulfilled. This one here says, present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as normal, natural, and healthy. Next, we have break down cultural standards of morality by promoting pornography and obscenity in books, magazines, motion pictures, radio, and TV. And we can add to that nowadays the internet. Then we have infiltrate the churches and replace revealed religion with social religion, discredit the Bible and emphasize the need for intellectual maturity, which does not need a religious crutch. Yes, we see that happening. All right, next up, discredit the American Constitution by calling it inadequate, old-fashioned, out of step with modern needs, a hindrance to cooperation between nations on a worldwide basis. Yes, this has been going on for quite some time. Discredit the American founding fathers. Present them as selfish aristocrats who had no concern for the common man. Wow, that just gave me spirit bumps. Look at what's going on right now in our nation with all the hatred towards the founding fathers, all the statues and monuments being torn down. Even Abraham Lincoln is being called racist. It just doesn't make any sense. But when you read this and you get whose agenda this is, well, then it does make sense. Next up, belittle all forms of American culture and discourage the teaching of American history on the ground that it was only a minor part of the big picture. Give more emphasis to Russian history since the communists took over. Well, we do see that happening with American history. We're seeing less and less of it being taught in the schools, at least the right way, at least the truth. And the protest groups are tearing it all down. They are literally erasing our history every single day. Next on the list, eliminate prayer or any phase of religious expression in the schools on the ground that it violates the principle of separation of church and state. We're actually going to talk about what that really means, separation of church and state. We're going to talk about that towards the end of the video. But absolutely, we're seeing this happen all the time. Next up, gain control of key positions in radio, TV, and motion pictures. We absolutely know that the left has taken over the media. They've taken over Hollywood, the music industry, everything that has to do with influencing pop culture. They've taken over that, and they have been influencing the way that our youth think and feel about our country and about the world, calling evil good and good evil. Infiltrate the press. Get control of book review assignments, editorial writing, and policy making positions. Yes, yes, and yes. We can check this off the list. Use student riots to foment public protests against programs or organizations which are under communist attack. Okay, you just have to turn on your TV to see that this is playing out right now. Next up, use technical decisions of the courts to weaken basic American institutions by claiming their activities violate civil rights. We're being told that just about everything right now is violating someone's civil rights. Everything right now is offending someone. Next up, capture one or both of the political parties in the United States. That reminds me of that saying, it just takes one bad apple to spoil the whole bunch. And we've seen this many times with politicians. Promote the UN as the only hope for mankind. If its charter is rewritten, demand that it be set up as a one-world government with its own independent armed forces. Some communist leaders believe the world can be taken over as easily by the UN as by Moscow. Sometimes these two centers compete with each other as they are now doing in the Congo. This book was published in 1958, but even keeping that in mind, we can see these things happening today. We hear all the time how often people put their hope in the UN. You know, they call on the UN for help. The UN is like the world's Red Cross. Support any socialist movement to give centralized control over any part of the culture, education, social agencies, welfare programs, mental health clinics, etc. So, check, check, and check. Transfer some of the powers of arrest from the police to social agencies. Treat all behavioral problems as psychiatric disorders, which no one but psychiatrists can understand or treat. I've heard about this happening in many other countries right now, where their form of child protection services goes into people's homes without even reason, without even investigation, and they will just take the children out of the homes and arrest the parents. And that's without the help of the police. Speaking of families, discredit the family as an institution. Encourage promiscuity and easy divorce. Boy, do we see that more than ever right now. And how often do we hear the left saying, you know, let the culture raise the children. Let the institutions like the universities and education raise the children, not the parents. They're not capable. This reminds me of Scientology. Create the impression that violence and insurrection are legitimate aspects of the American tradition, that students and special interest groups should rise up and use united force to solve economic, political, or social problems. Wow, that is exactly what's happening right now. Exactly. The right to free speech and the right to protest is being falsely translated as the right to incite violence. And she goes on to say, another interesting thing with colors, apparently the color of the year is olive green. My Cuban cousin from Cuba, but escaped, posted about it and that she refuses to wear it. She asked what other Cubans thought, and they all went off on it and how much they hate the color. They think that it's being the color of the year is some kind of subliminal message right now. Olive green reminds them of Castro and his revolution. Google him and a million pictures will come up of him wearing his olive green army hat and jacket. Interesting that they picked up on that. So as you can see, when I Google color of the year, this color comes up for the year 2020, this classic blue. However, there is this color palette that comes up everywhere, and I believe these are the accent colors to go along with that blue. And as you can see, there's the different shades of olive green that she's talking about. And I get what she's saying because my husband, who grew up in Germany, hates this color right here, this shade of blue, because it reminds him of communist East Germany. So they had one car that everybody had, and this car was their only option. It was manufactured for about 30 years, and during those 30 years there were no changes or improvements made to the model. It was basically a car that could get you from point A to point B with lots of problems, but that's all it could do. It was very basic. And every time he sees this color, it reminds him of the negative feelings he had about communist East Germany. And so whenever I've tried to decorate with this color over the years, he hates it. He grew up in West Germany, but right on the border of East Germany. So he saw this car all the time. Okay, so this is the part of the video that's now leading into what I called a bombshell discovery. I'm just going to show you what led up to that discovery this day. I'm just going to show you how I came across this and why I'm sharing it with you. But before I tell you that, I want to say this. When this all came down that night, when I was sitting there in front of my computer looking at all of this stuff, just in complete amazement, just in the initial stage of that aha moment, I prayed to the Lord and I said, Lord, how do you want me to share this information? Do you want me to share this information? Because this is going to make a lot of people angry, because I know a lot of people who are a part of this, who follow this, who support this, and I know it's going to make a lot of them angry. So is this just something that you want me to be aware of, and that's great? Or is this something that you want me to share? And if so, how should I go about doing it? And so as I was thinking about that, I said a prayer and I decided to do the method that always works best for me, where I just place my finger in my scriptures and open it up and read the first scripture that pops out at me. Well, the Lord answered my prayer. This is that scripture. Therefore, verily I say unto you, lift up your voices unto this people. Speak the thoughts that I shall put into your hearts, and you shall not be confounded before men. For it shall be given you in the very hour, yea, in the very moment, what ye shall say. But a commandment I give unto you, that ye shall declare whatsoever thing ye declare in my name, in solemnity of heart, in the spirit of meekness in all things. And I give unto you this promise, that inasmuch as ye do this, the Holy Ghost shall be shed forth in bearing record unto all things whatsoever ye shall say. And it was highlighted in pink. He made it very easy on me. Later that day, I came across this video that just popped up in my YouTube feed. It was about a woman who decided to temporarily join the group known as AVOW. That's the group that's been in all the headlines because of the Chad and Lori Daybell case. And I couldn't help but notice the 113 and the 311 in the screenshot. This woman is not a Latter-day Saint. She knew nothing about this group, had never heard of any of this until Chad and Lori's story made world news, so it caught her attention and she wanted to investigate, so she joined the group. I highly recommend you watch her video. I'll have a link to that down below. It's really interesting what she shares with her experience in that group. And as I got thinking about that after watching her video, I thought, oh my goodness, I have known about this group AVOW since day one, since they first became a group so many years ago. From day one, I had had friends inviting me to join this group, and it never felt right. I didn't even know much about it. But the way that the Lord works with me is if something's right for me, not only do I get a good feeling about it, but I get a good, strong feeling about it. I got nothing with this group, so I didn't feel the need to ever join it. Not only that, but it cost money to join, and I couldn't justify paying a monthly subscription for something I didn't even feel like I was drawn to join. So I never touched it. However, over the years, I have had friends who have paid the subscription and who have always been a part of that group. And in the very beginning, in the early years when AVOW first started, my brother-in-law's best friend would email my brother-in-law and my sister, and then they would then forward that email to me of what was called the GRI newsletter, which is the newsletter that AVOW puts out every month. And so I decided to go back into my emails. I wanted to see what kind of conversations we were having way back then, and if there were some red flags way back then that might have been there maybe I noticed back then, or maybe I looked over. I was curious to see what we used to talk about in those emails. So I went clear back to 2009. I found a whole bunch of emails, and as I talked about in my past videos, I remember when I would see that GRI newsletter, it was so out there. It was so doom and gloom. It was jam-packed with bold red letters, crazy headlines, basically everything that's overwhelming and negative that you could possibly dream up or imagine, all bundled together into one newsletter every single month. I don't ever remember seeing pages and pages of peace and hope and all things good and positive. It was always martial law, get your guns, buy your gold. And this group, this movement, this newsletter brought in a lot of prepper people that were very fear-driven, people who live by the gun. And I bring that up because I'm always reminded of that scripture. In fact, it was Jesus Christ himself who said it in the New Testament. He said, "He who lives by the sword dies by the sword." And it goes along with what we've been reading about this week in Come Follow Me. We've been reading about the anti-Nephi Lehis. They were a people who buried their weapons, who said, we're no longer going to live by the sword. We're no longer going to live by fear. We're going to bury all of our weapons, and we're never going to raise a weapon ever again against another child of God. We're going to put all of our trust in you, Lord. We're going to praise you and trust in you that you will preserve us, that you will protect us according to your will. And we know from that story in the Book of Mormon that at first, thousands of them were killed by the Lamanites. But as the Lamanites watched this happen, as the Lamanites saw that their brethren were not interested in spilling their blood, but instead were praising the Lord as they were being killed, that did something to them. That changed their heart and caused them to drop to their knees and cry repentance. And thousands of Lamanites, just as many as, or if not more, than those that they killed, were brought to the gospel because of a people who chose to live in faith instead of fear. So anyways, I'm reminded of this group of people. I'm reminded of all the conversations that I would hear about and that were emailed to me that were taking place in this group, and all these discussions, and just so many people that were living off of fear. They were consumed with solving all the mysteries in the scriptures and figuring out the exact timeline of when everything would happen and when the Lord would return, and that just consumed them, as well as all the headlines of the day. Every month it was, martial law is next. They're coming for our guns. The army tanks are going to be rolling in. The plagues and the diseases, and it was all in capital letters, red, bold capital letters designed to create fear. And after so many months of that, I said to my sister, I don't want to get these emails anymore. I don't want to hear about this anymore. And she said, I feel the same way. This group was focused on dreams and visions. I would hear all the time about dreams and visions, dreams and visions, dreams and visions, with very detailed and specific dates and times and prophecies. And then, as in the case of my brother-in-law's friend, he would tell all of his family, this is coming, it's coming next month, it's coming this year. Get your gold, store your guns, buy land in the country, leave the city, do it now. And it was causing all of these people to stop listening to the Spirit, to stop getting their own personal revelation and say, Lord, am I where you want me to be? It was causing people to just live by fear. And they were saying, you know what? All these people are saying through their dreams and visions that I'm living in a dangerous city where I'm not safe. And if I stay here, I'm gonna die. If I want to be safe, I need to buy land out in these certain towns and cities where they're telling me, and I need to join with them and buy land. I need to do that because that's what everyone else is doing. And this could be my only opportunity. And so I saw a lot of people doing that. I've talked about that in past videos. My brother-in-law's friend was one of those people, and he bought a cabin in a remote part of Utah. And then after about a year, when none of these things had happened the way that they said they would in this group and in these discussions from these people that were having these dreams and visions, he got so frustrated because his own family had become frustrated with him. They said, you're always crying wolf and there's no wolf. And he became so frustrated that he became angry with this group and all of these people, and he just wiped his hands clean of it altogether. And at that time, his brother completely lost his faith and his testimony and divorced his wife and left the church. So over the years, I've seen a lot of people drawn to this group who become very extreme. They make these decisions based on fear, based on what they're hearing everyone else say, but they interpret that as the Spirit. They're saying, well, the Spirit led me to this. The Spirit showed me this. This must be the Spirit, so I'm going to follow it. I'm going to go with it. And then it ends up taking them on some path where they become frustrated with the Lord. They feel like they're not seeing His hand in their life anymore. And I've just seen so many people lose their faith because of this. And I want to add to that a lot of these people were always focused on having their second comforter experience, seeing the Lord face to face. It's all they thought about, all they wanted. They had this obsession with it. And anyone who said they had already had that experience, or at least were leading other people to think they had had that experience, they just gravitated to those people like glue and took everything that those people said as truth. I saw this happening over the years. I watched this happen over a period of about 11 or 12 years. And I talked about in my video series last October, as we went down that rabbit hole together, how it created to all these offshoot groups, who these groups are, what it is they're teaching, and why they're dangerous. After I made that video, they ended up making front page headlines with Chad and Lori Daybell. I talked about Chad Daybell in some of my videos leading up to that before he was ever in the news. As I've said, not only was he my publisher of my very first book, How to Date Your Spouse, he got my book into Deseret Book. He had a lot of connections and a high reputation in the publishing industry, in the church. There was a lot of authors that he published and got their books into Deseret Book as well. He had my books in bookstores all across the country. Anyways, I've talked about that in past videos. I've written about that experience in a biography that I wrote where I talked about what happened with all of that. Long story short, I bought back the rights to my book and I left him. Didn't have a good experience with him in the end when it was all said and done, but continued to bump into him and run into him over the years as he was affiliated with all of these other groups. So I was seeing this all happen. I was seeing all these dots connecting over the years, watching this all sort of play out. And finally, last October, I made a video calling it out for what it was. But we went down that rabbit hole and talked about how this all started, where this all started, at least here in Utah. But as I was sitting there reading through my old emails last week, I think I discovered the very bottom of the rabbit hole. Now, I want to say that I've always felt, as I've thought about these people who are fixated on piercing the veil and having that second comforter experience, that scripture came to my mind where Jesus is talking to Thomas when he appears to Thomas, because Thomas didn't believe that he had been resurrected and that he had appeared to everyone. He didn't believe, he doubted, doubting Thomas. It wasn't until the Lord appeared to him and said, "You believe because you see me. You see me in the flesh. You've touched me in the flesh, so you believe. Blessed are all of those who haven't seen me or will never see me in their lifetime, yet believe." That scripture always comes to mind when I think about these people and these groups who are on this heavy pursuit of piercing the veil. The way I look at it is we should always seek after the Lord. He should always be our pursuit, but we shouldn't force these experiences into our lives. These experiences happen according to His timeline. And when that's all we think about, when we obsess over having these experiences ourselves, or we obsess over other people who have claimed to have these experiences, that's where we do ourselves a disservice. That's where we lose sight of the path and we venture off down these other paths until we're lost. And sometimes we don't even know that we're lost. I've talked about that in my past videos. But all that He asks of us is that we just have a desire to believe. If we have that desire to believe, that's all we need. And if we just pursue Him in all that we do every day of our life, things will happen when they're meant to happen, according to His timetable. We just need to have patience and forget about ourselves and put our effort and our time into serving the Lord, into serving His children. So I opened up this email that a friend of mine had sent me. I've had lots of friends over the years who have been a part of AVOW, And so I had lots of different emails to go through, but I had this email in particular, and as I was scrolling down, suddenly I saw right here this link to Steve Quayle. I'm familiar with Steve Quayle. I know who he is, but he's another person that I've never felt drawn to. So I've never put a lot of time into investigating or researching his work. So I felt drawn to click on that link. So I click on that link and I open up this right here. So I'm on his webpage, and the very first thing that stands out to me is the letter Q. Look at that right there. Down in the corner on the right side, it says Q Alerts. Where have you heard that before? Check it out. Here is sort of an advertisement for the QAnon posts. Q Anonymous. We've talked about this in past videos before. A lot of people follow the QAnons. And we're not going to get into that in this video. If you don't know who Q is, I'll have some links down below and you can go ahead and click on that. But look at this Q, and then look at Steve Quayle's website. It is the exact same Q, the exact same font. To me, it just screamed, pay attention. Steve is known for his research and work with giants in ancient America, so uncovering giants and talking about the Nephilim, and so he talks a lot about that. He also talks about these things. I clicked on Q topics because he's promoting these Q alerts on his webpage, and I see in the menu up here it says Q topics. So I click on that and I get this drop-down menu that says Q alerts, dreams and visions, Ebola and other diseases, high jump, mysteries of the Arctic, strange skies, Planet X, zombies. That stood out to me when I saw zombies. Where have we been hearing about this doctrine of zombies? The Chad and Lori Daybell case. Hold that thought. And another thing that Steve talks about a lot is aliens and UFOs. I clicked on the Q alerts, and as you can see, this is what they are. Lots and lots of prophecies. And as I looked more into Steve Quayle and I read his bio that he has on his website, he talks a lot about how he is the first to come out and go public with a lot of shocking information and a lot of theories, or what people will call conspiracy theories, as well as his own prophecies. It says here he was one of the first radio talk show guests to describe the introduction of hoof and mouth disease into Taiwan, which resulted in the total destruction of their hog industry. He continued to sound the alarm concerning China's theft and nuclear secrets from the U.S. by interviewing Sam Cohen, inventor of the neutron bomb. He was the first to go public with red mercury, a transmutated element that makes softball-sized neutron weapons feasible. He detailed with remarkable accuracy the possession of weapons of mass destruction that Libya, Iran, Iraq, North Korea, Syria, and Cuba possesses. He has stated for several years that the U.S. would eventually have to occupy Saudi Arabia since they joined an anti-U.S. confederation of Arab countries, and in 1999 he stated that a new terrorist crusade would begin and that radical Islam would launch the world into World War III. It says he is uncannily accurate in his warnings concerning hybrid and genetically engineered viruses and the danger they pose to humans. So as you can see from his own biography, he states that he has this inside information that is almost precisely accurate every time. And this is the information he uses with his prophecies and with his predictions. So my question is, how is he getting his information? Is it from inside sources? Is it like Chad Daybell and he's conversing with spirits on the other side of the veil? Somehow he's getting this information, and it reminds me very much of the QAnon alerts, the QAnons, that tell us all the time these predictions, all related to national and world events and politics. And many times these Q alerts, these QAnons, reveal very shocking information. Of course, it's always in the form of a code or sort of like a riddle. You have to decode it, you have to figure it out. But most of the time they end up being accurate. And then there's this post. I took a screenshot from a video. It says, "Wait until you learn who has been talking to you here." Signed, Q. Again, look at Steve Quayle's website. Notice how he emphasizes the letter Q. There it is on the side. He also has it at the top of his website. He wants you to really hone in and notice the letter Q. He even has it illuminated right here. Then again, compare it side by side to another advertisement for Q Anonymous. Look at that. And this one's talking about the rabbit hole. Steve Quayle talks about rabbit holes. Here's an example of a news article right here. Another trip down the rabbit hole of U.S. lies and missing gold. Steve Quayle. And I want to mention these Q alerts that he's got on his website are not the same thing as the QAnon alerts. These are different. I've clicked on it and it's sort of like prophecies, dreams and prophecies and things that he says or things that people send in to him. That's what that is. It's interesting though that he calls them Q alerts. It's just very interesting. I can only say from looking at all this that either Steve Quayle wants us to believe he's Q, wants to take some of that credit, or he is Q. Regardless of which it is, I think it's really important that we learn a little bit more about who Steve Quayle is. So as I'm looking at this, and it's all just coming together in my mind, I start to realize that all the people that I know who have been or are drawn to Steve Quayle are people who prophesy, people who have dreams and visions and lots of prophecies. So I started to do a little bit more research on Steve Quayle. In an interview that I saw with him, I thought it was interesting that he called himself a black sheep Christian. He says, I'm not your typical Christian. I'm what most Christians would call a black sheep. And he was proud of that. As I started to look at everything that he teaches, I heard myself say, he's the bottom of the rabbit hole. He's the influencer of all these other people. And because he's a researcher, he's done some archaeology, he has friends that are scientists and researchers and archaeologists. He's very credible, he's very legit. He had his own radio talk show for years. So because of his background, his experience, and his credentials, people accept everything that he's teaching. That's how it was with Chad Daybell. Now, part of the gift of discernment is that feeling you get when you meet someone. When you meet someone for the first time, or you see their picture and you look into their eyes, the eyes are the window to the soul. I truly believe that. You either can or you can't see the Lord's countenance in another person's eyes. And every time I have seen Steve Quayle in an interview, or I've seen his pictures, as I'm showing you right here, I don't feel the Spirit. I don't feel the Spirit of the Lord in his countenance. But I do feel a spirit, not only attached to him, but to all these other people who follow him or have been influenced by him and his teachings. It's that same spirit that I've always felt around Julie Rowe, and I've talked about her in past video messages, but I've never said her name until now. She's someone that I've seen in person, which was a crazy, wild, bizarre experience I've shared in a past video, which confirmed to me how I had always felt from day one about her books and about her teachings. It was the same spirit that I felt. She's someone who has been in the news as well this last week. She's been putting herself in the spotlight, wanting to talk about the Chad and Lori Daybell case. And the reason I bring her up is because she's someone who came about through the group AVOW. She came about through that group. Many people in that group highly revered her dreams and her visions and her prophecies. And as I would hear about them over the years, I would watch as each one wouldn't come to pass. Sometimes the exact opposite would happen of what she said was going to happen. One of those things being that she said in an interview, Lori's children were both alive, that they were being hidden and protected, that Chad was a great guy, that Chad and Lori were great people and that this would all resolve itself. She said her spirit guides had been telling her that. Then it wasn't too long after that, we hear the news that the children's bodies were discovered on Chad's property, that they had been murdered. And Chad and Lori are both in jail. And here Julie is again in the spotlight, wanting to talk on national TV about what else her spirit guides have been telling her. And in this one interview I saw, I think it was with Nancy Grace, she kept pointing out that she had looked into the future, and here's some things that she had seen or knew was coming. And in a lot of her interviews, she'll say that I looked into the future, I talked to my spirit guides and my angels, and here's what they're showing me about the future. And that's something I noticed that a lot of these people have in common. A lot of these people, especially with Steve Quayle and who he's connected to, they talk a lot about portals, time travel, inquiring about the future. It reminds me of a popular TV show on the History Channel called Ancient Aliens. I remember years ago when this first came out, my husband and I were a little intrigued by it, and it was pretty entertaining, so we would watch it every week. And then I remember one day seeing this particular episode I'm going to show you right here. And it just illustrated how there are so many groups of people out there who are investing a lot of time, energy, and effort into these topics and in communicating with aliens and beings from other planets, and how it's so easy for the adversary to take this curiosity and use it as deception, pull people down other paths, which leads to opening up some pretty dark doors. So here's the episode that they featured on the History Channel called The Alien Origins of Mormonism. Have a listen.
Now, Moroni did not say that he was an angel. He said that at one time he had lived on Earth, but that now he came from the Pleiades star cluster. And he said there were many others like him. These extraterrestrials may be giving these messages to world leaders and to prophets and seers and mystics to let us know that we are the product of an extraterrestrial interbreeding and an ongoing contact with these other people who were not born on Earth. And we have lost touch with that history only because we refuse to believe the truth that is recorded in our historical books and see what's right in front of our faces, even now with the encounters that are happening in the modern world.
All throughout this episode, they refer to the angel Moroni as Moroni. But I will say it's clear that they believe in the story of the first vision. They believe in that, so I'll at least give them that. But as you can see, it's so easy for people in these groups to twist these truths and turn them into something else that fits their narrative. And so I see this happening in all of these groups with all of these people. They're all fascinated in the same things: portals, demonic portals, time travel, going into the future, prophecy, all of these things that are such a distraction as to what it is the Lord really needs us to be doing with our time right now. In fact, I talked about in my last video message a man, a Christian man, I didn't say his name, who has written a lot of books about prophecies related to President Trump that have all come to pass. So he has a big following, and he has a lot of friends in this world. And he talked about his experience in an interview of how he got that gift of prophecy. And his experience was very dark. He was afraid, he was in the fetal position, he was shaking, he was terrified, he developed depression and anxiety. He developed an autoimmune disorder. He became very ill and sick from this dark encounter. He called it a dark being, a dark encounter that he had at night. He had this in his room with his wife sleeping right next to him, and it terrified him, and it was awful and frightening. And for weeks he thought it was Satan. He thought it was demonic. And then a friend of his said, no, that was God. That was the Lord. And he's calling you to this greater calling. You're going to be a prophet, and you just need to accept this and continue this communication with this being and pursue this path, because he's taking you through that dark night of the soul. He's cleansing you of all your infirmities, and you'll come out better on the end. And so he believed that. He went with that and said, maybe that was God. maybe I do have a gift of prophecy. And so he went with that. And all these years later, he's saying that he's still sick from that initial experience. He still has all these physical health problems and demons that he's battling, but he's saying that that's of God. And I talked about that. I brought up all those red flags in that last video. Well, I bring that up again because he's one of the people who follows Steve Quayle. And as I've noticed, as I've looked back and I've seen all these dots that all point to Steve Quayle, all these connections that he has of all these people who have been influenced by him, who have started their own groups, their own ministries, their own prophecies, and it just goes on and on and on from there. It was crazy to see how it all pointed back to Steve. This Christian man that I talked about in my past video message, he's the guy that talks a lot about the 501(c)(3)s and is telling people if your church is a 501(c)(3), that's not the Lord's church. And so a lot of people are hearing this and it's pulling them away from the gospel. It's pulling them off the path. It's causing them to lose their faith and their trust. It's causing them to lose their faith. Yes, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is a 501(c), which means they are tax exempt because they are considered a charitable organization. However, that hasn't silenced our voice over the years. Our prophet and leaders have encouraged us to stand up against Proposition 8, to speak out against it. President Ezra Taft Benson, before he was the prophet, spoke many times about what's going on in our country and what's wrong about that and how we need to speak up and have a voice and do something. The church talks to us a lot about abortion and where we stand on abortion. So our church does have a voice in political matters and political issues, and they do influence us that way. And that has caused a lot of people who have left the church and are angry at the church to speak out against that and say, hey, the government needs to finally do something because the church is a 501(c) and they keep getting involved in politics. We need to do something. They need to be punished, or we need to take away their 501(c). We need to do something about it. So maybe that's where we're headed next. Maybe that's the case. Maybe we will lose that tax exemption status. The Lord has a plan for everything, but the point is that our church leadership hasn't been silent on a lot of issues. The issues that are most important, they have encouraged us time and time again to stand up for what's right and what's true, to protect marriage, the family, and our religious freedoms. I don't see that ever going away. Something else that these people all have in common is they are all followers of Q. Almost to the point where it's an obsession. That dark spirit that I've talked about, I feel that dark spirit connected to these Q messages, to these Q posts, and to these groups who have this obsession with Q. And another guy that I'm going to bring up, I'm not going to say his name, but he has a huge following, and he's another guy who has been on TV. He's talked about his gift of healing and his gift of prophecy, and these people all started out with this desire to bring others to Jesus Christ. These were all good Christian people who just had that desire to be a part of the Lord's army, all going about it in their own different ways. And this man was one of them. He's been on a lot of Christian talk shows, and he's been interviewed quite a bit. He has a lot of videos online, and he has a huge following on Twitter. And he started out with his message just being about healing people. He works in the medical field, and he's had all these encounters and experiences where he's prayed over people who have come to him who are dying, and he's a medical professional, and he's prayed over them, and by the time they got into the operating room, they were healed. He's had a lot of miraculous experiences that he accredits to the Lord Jesus Christ, and just through prayer and faith. But from there, he's branched out into all of this other stuff, and now on his Twitter feed and on his website, he devotes about 90% of his day to Q. And I've seen on his website and on YouTube and on Twitter, he's constantly posting things all throughout the day, every 30 minutes, every hour, about the next clue with Q. And he's constantly trying to decode everything that Q puts out. He's always trying to decode it and give his own interpretations and do his own research and connect more dots. It's creating this group of people, it's creating this movement of people who want justice so bad for this country that they're becoming very angry about it. They're starting to lose their patience. A lot of his posts will say, this is the week where justice happens. This is the week where we're going to see Hillary Clinton arrested. This is the week where it's going to happen. Q just said this, Q just said that, on and on and on. And then it doesn't happen. and then people start to get frustrated and angry and they want to make justice happen themselves. Anyways, it's sort of like a sports game, and people are constantly sitting on the edge of their seat with their popcorn in hand, waiting to call the next play and see the next move and call the outcome of the game and casting bets on it, right? That's what this reminds me of. This has sort of become entertainment for a lot of people who check in daily to these websites and groups and Twitter accounts, eating their popcorn, excited to see what the next play is, right? I've just noticed a lot of fruits of this movement are not good, are not of the Lord, are not Christ-like. I started noticing that a lot of things that he's sharing and this other Christian man, they're sharing a lot of posts and a lot of things that are laced with foul language. For example, I would never post something on my Facebook page or my Twitter account that had the F word in it. But these people are starting to have no problem with that. They're posting all kinds of things as long as it supports the cause and it supports the Q movement. They have no problem posting it, and they're posting all kinds of things that are just laced with offensive language. It's offensive to the Lord, it's offensive to the Spirit, and I'm just seeing all these red flags that are driving the Spirit away. And there's just that spirit of darkness that's attached to all of this. And a lot of these people are obsessed with this 24/7, just trying to figure out the next clue, trying to figure out what it means. And you know, that's not the way the Lord works. The Lord is very plain and simple. I believe a lot of times we miss the point, or what some people call we miss the mark, because we're looking beyond all of that, because we're not expecting simple. We're expecting intricate, complicated riddles and codes and things that are hidden that we have to decode. And I truly believe that when we get into that, we're wasting the Lord's time. We're doing a huge disservice to ourselves, to our families, and to our ancestors on the other side of the veil who really would like to have their work done. I truly believe the Lord would have us use our time and our efforts more wisely than that, because none of that is helping build his kingdom. None of that is helping share the gospel or bringing people to Christ. All that is that spirit of, I knew it, I told you so. Finally, justice. These people deserve to be locked up. They're going to be locked up finally. It's constantly pointing out all the hatred, all the things that are wrong, all the people that are evil. And that's what all these people are being fed 24/7, are these messages of all the people they can't trust, all the things that are wrong here in America, how justice needs to be paid, and it's about to happen. And people are just constantly on the edge of their seat waiting for these things to happen. And if anything, that's a brilliant strategy for the adversary to get us to take our focus off of what's most important in this final minute of this final hour before the Lord returns. Don't be fooled. Now there's another person at the bottom of this rabbit hole right alongside with Steve Quayle, and his name is David Icke. So we have people in our own local communities, in our own LDS community, who are pulling people off the path because of their teachings and their prophecies and dreams and visions, but we also have people doing it outside of our church. We have Steve Quayle who's doing it in the Christian community, and then we have this man David Icke who's doing it in the non-Christian community. You're probably familiar with some of his teachings. He's the guy who started the conspiracy about reptilians and people on this planet really being reptilians in human bodies. Sounds sort of like the zombie doctrine that Chad and Lori were teaching. If you want to pause the video right here, I took a screenshot of David Icke's bio, so you can read what books he's written and a little bit more about his background. Now it says right here, Icke believes that the universe is made up of vibrational energy and consists of infinite number of dimensions that share the same space. He claims that an interdimensional race of reptilian beings called the Archons, or Anunnaki, have hijacked the Earth, and that a genetically modified human-Archon hybrid race of shape-shifting reptilians known as the Babylonian Brotherhood, the Illuminati, or the Elite manipulate global events to help keep humans in constant fear. He claims that many prominent public figures belong to the Babylonian Brotherhood and are propelling humanity towards an Orwellian global fascist state, or New World Order, a post-truth era where freedom of speech is ended. Icke believes that the only way this archontic influence can be defeated is if people wake up to the truth and fill their hearts with love. So you see how he does talk about some good principles, such as combating evil with truth and love. And if you look through this, you'll see it's laced with things that we hear in the headlines and that we learn in the scriptures, but then at the same time he throws in these off-the-wall doctrines and teachings. And this is how good the adversary is. This is what he's doing right now to deceive. And I will say that the New Agers and the energy workers are very much into David Icke's philosophies, doctrines, and teachings. Something important to know about David is that he was a professional soccer player. He had a great career. He was in journalism. He was a journalist. And the way he tells it is one day he started to notice this presence that was always around him. It followed him wherever he went. He could always feel that when he was alone in a room, he really wasn't alone. And he felt this for quite a while, and he said one day when he was alone, he finally said out loud to this presence, "I am aware of you. I know you've been following me around. I know you're always there. Finally come out and tell me who you are and what it is you want. Here I am. I'm ready. I'm listening." And he said that's when this being appeared to him and made itself known to him and said, "Finally, we've been waiting for you to ask who we are. We're here to tell you that you are the Son of God and you are here to save the planet. You are here to save mankind. And we're going to continue giving you instruction and teaching you about how that is to happen." And so from that day forward, he was communicating with these beings, and they were teaching him all of these doctrines about reptilians and portals and demons and going into the future. And he went on national TV in the UK and told the whole world that he is the Son of God. You can watch that on YouTube. And they laughed at him. And he said, well, it's true. It's true. I'm here to save the world. I'm here to save the planet. And so a lot of these other doctrines come from him. So you have all of these people who pull a little bit of doctrine and teachings from David Icke, and then they pull a little bit from Steve Quayle, and then they bring it in with their own teachings and doctrines and visions and dreams and prophecies, and they create their own little following. And I've seen this happen time and time again. But I really believe that everything points to Steve Quayle and David Icke. And who is it that they're following? Who is it that they're listening to? Where are they getting this information from? And then you have all these other people out there like Alex Jones and so many other people who have their own channels and podcasts who talk about these things and often interview Steve Quayle or David Icke and agree with a lot of the things that they're teaching. And you can see that all of these people that I've mentioned have that spirit of fear, that spirit of the sky is falling, we're not in control, things are getting really bad, time to panic, time to be afraid, get your guns, grab your gold, hunker down. And that's the opposite of what the Lord teaches. That's the opposite of who we are and what we're supposed to be doing right now in this last minute before the Lord returns. We're supposed to be out on the front lines, sharing the gospel, shining our light, bringing hope to the world, being messengers of peace and truth, showing the world what love is and what it looks like and what it feels like, bringing people into the kingdom, gathering Israel. That's to be our focus. That's to be our mission. That's why we were held in reserve for this time. And if we're not doing those things, you guys, we're going to be sorely disappointed when the Lord returns. Again, I want to bring up the parable of the 10 virgins. I talked about that in my last video message. You don't want to be one of the 5 virgins who thought that you knew the Lord and thought that the Lord knew you, thought that you had enough oil, thought that you were on the Lord's errand, that you were doing His will, that you were listening to the Spirit, just to come to find out that you weren't, that you really don't know Him and He doesn't know you. That's the purpose of today's video message. I'm not here to tell you what to do. This message isn't meant to make people angry or to start a debate. It's meant to be an invitation to evaluate everything going on in your life right now and look for things that fit with what I've been talking about today. Look for these red flags that are cloaked in this spirit of fear and that's laced with these teachings and doctrines to look for these red flags and step away. Because what I have found is I know a lot of people who have said to me, your videos from last October that you put out about wolves in sheep's clothing, energy work, all of that changed my life, and it helped me to step back and reevaluate things, make some changes, and focus more on following the prophet and listening to the Spirit and sticking to the Word of God, sticking to my scriptures. But these same people, what I noticed is that all they really did was quickly replace these groups and these teachings and these people with something else or someone else. And they're right back in all of this, but because it's a different person, it's a different group, it's a different environment, they're not seeing that pattern. They're not seeing that for what it really is. Some friends and I have been talking a lot lately about movements. We've noticed a lot of people, especially a lot of LDS women, feeling the need to start their own movements time and time again. And just like the lady in my sister's ward, and how her movement has created a lot of division in her own neighborhood and ward. And a lot of these people have some things in common. Some things that we've noticed is that they're saying, I've been called, the Lord has showed me that this is my calling, I'm to start this movement and bring all these people into this movement. And they start sharing their dreams and their visions and their prophecies and gathering in this following of people who are joining their movement. A lot of times it involves spending money, like with the flags, donating $20 that goes towards a flag, or donating money to the cause, or some type of product or service or something. But as we've seen time and time again, this never leads to anything good. This always leads to people going beyond that mark and leading people with them off the path. So we're seeing that happen right now everywhere. It just seems to be really on the rise right now. So again, this is another invitation to reevaluate everything in your life, the groups that you're a part of, the podcasts that you're listening to, the books that you're reading, the people that you're following, anything that's using up your time, eating up your time with what you could be doing for the Lord right now and spreading the gospel and gathering Israel and raising up a righteous generation to meet the Lord when He returns. Use this time right now to make that evaluation and to make those changes in your life. Again, the adversary is clever, he's sneaky, he's tricky, he's so good at bringing things into our lives that we think are important and are of the Lord. He plays off of our weakness, which is oftentimes curiosity. We're just so curious, we're so fascinated with all these deep topics and mysteries and formulas. We want to figure it all out, and so he gets us that way. But let's not lose sight of what we're really to be doing right now. Let's not lose sight of whose voice we're to be listening to right now. Let's tune out all these other voices and just focus on the one voice. There's no time for curiosity right now. There's no time for dabbling and messing around and all of that stuff. We only have time for the Lord right now and His will, what He needs us to be doing right now. Me included. I have a lot of reprioritizing I need to do right now in my own life. So I hope this video inspires you to commit 100% to the Lord's army. And when I say army, I'm not talking about fighting and weapons and guns and all of that. No. I'm talking about missionary work, building up His kingdom, but at the same time standing for truth and righteousness and teaching it. I think we can all do better. Yes, there's a lot of things that we don't know about and we don't understand, but we need to trust that when the Lord returns, we will learn it all. It will all be revealed to us, everything in its fullness. Nothing will be hid from us anymore. Because this week we celebrate Independence Day and everything that's been going on in America right now, I really feel I want to take some time in this video to talk about America and share some things with you that are really eye-opening, or were eye-opening for me at least. Here are some great excerpts I've taken away from Tim Ballard's book, The Covenant. Judge Samuel Sewall declared that America was to be the host nation of the New Jerusalem. Now remember, this is pre-Book of Mormon times. He believed God had revealed this to him. He stated that his New England colony was but a preface to the future millennial city. This, according to Sewall, is why the New England settlers had named the colony Salem. He believed the actual New Jerusalem would be built somewhere on the new continent, perhaps south of the Puritan colony. Sewall also pled with his brethren to include the Native Americans in their plans to build the spiritual America. The natives were, according to Sewall, Israelites unawares, who deserved a place in building the New Jerusalem and the kingdom of God on earth. Inspired men indeed, you guys. Now here's why they were so inspired. These early settlers, after all, were the remnants of scattered Israel, and as such possessed that believing blood. Now I've heard a lot of pastors in other Christian churches who say that they believe the remnant is actually the Jews. It's the Jewish people. But that's where they're wrong. The remnant is scattered Israel. It's us, and we're being gathered in from the four corners of the earth. And here's where the confusion happened. The Jews of 1948 were well within reason to call their homeland Israel, though this decision has caused much confusion for some Christians today. For the Jews of Judah represented only a portion of Israel. Their story, therefore, is not the whole story. Perhaps if they had called their land Judah, a more precise description, then more Christians today would be asking about the other tribes. What of Joseph, Ephraim, the others? We seldom remember that there was also a northern kingdom led by Joseph or Ephraim. Too often we discount their story. We fail to recognize that they too were Israel. Almost 150 years before Judah and the southern kingdom were carried into Babylon, Joseph or Ephraim and the northern kingdom were carried away northward by the Assyrians. This occurred in 721 BC. God would not forget Joseph or Ephraim. He would bring them to the promised land to fulfill his purposes. They were, after all, children of the covenant, but they would not return to the promised land we traditionally think of. So it wouldn't be Israel, it wouldn't be Jerusalem. The 10 tribes of the northern kingdom were not in Babylon and are, therefore, not listed among those that returned. Then he goes on to talk about the isles of the sea, and he says, "Listen, O isles, unto me." Later, Isaiah again addresses Israel, stating, "Keep silence before me, O islands, and let the people renew their strength." Is it possible that Isaiah is calling Israel to America, to a place where they can be gathered and restored, and that he is calling them from the British Isles? Again, that is the northern country. That is where the lost tribes were exiled to. That's where they were carried off away to, into the northern parts of the country. And from there they remained until they traveled to the promised land here in North America. For when the time came for Ephraim to enter America, they were already a lost tribe. Their identity was lost, but their covenant was not. Their covenant was written in their hearts because of who they really were. The Lord would place his law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts. This implies that these covenant recipients would have a passionate and soulful conviction of God's law that would drive the infrastructure of their nation and their relationship with God. Think about America, how much we Americans worship the Lord in all that we do. It's in our very motto, "In God we trust." Everything, our music, everything from the beginning of the history of this nation was all centered upon God. That's who we are as a nation. That's who we are as Americans. That's why we're so passionate about service and charity and giving and these Judeo-Christian principles. We very much treasure them and we respect them, and it's because that's what's written in our hearts, because we are the children of the covenant. We are the lost tribes, but we have been found, meaning we know our identity now. We're no longer lost. Now, I loved this. England and Anglo-Saxon, the word England is derived from the word Angleland. The Angles being a Germanic tribe that migrated to the British Isles during the 5th and 6th centuries BC. Anglais, a Hebrew word meaning bull or ox, these animals are the biblical symbol for Joseph, as in, let the blessings come upon the head of Joseph. His glory is like the firstlings of his bullock. So of course, in the temple, on all the baptismal fonts, you'll see holding up the font are 12 oxen. That symbolizes the tribe of Ephraim. It is our responsibility to assist in this gathering of bringing all the tribes into the house of Israel, so they are no longer lost, so that they are found. And that is the work that we do in the temple, and through missionary work all over the world. Saxon also has a fascinating proposed origin. Some scholars propose that it has its origins in the name Isaac. Dropping the I from Isaac, vowels are not used in Hebrew spelling, leaves us with Sak. God told Abraham, in Isaac shall thy seed be called. The Anglo-Saxons were derived from this same biblical house. They are Isaac's sons, or in the Hebrew, they are Sak's sons, hence the name Saxons. Similarly, we might also consider the word British. Bible scholars and linguists explain how the Hebrew word for covenant is berith. In the original Hebrew language, vowels were never given in the spelling. So, omitting the vowel E from berith, but retaining the I in its anglicized form to preserve the Y sound, we have the anglicized Hebrew word for covenant, brith. The Hebrews, however, never pronounced their H's. Incidentally, this ancient Hebrew trait is also a modern British trait. The Hebrew word for covenant, therefore, would be pronounced in its anglicized form as Brit. Finally, the Hebrew word for man is ish, which means ophir, belonging to. Put them together and the translation is quite incredible. British, in its Hebrew form, literally means covenant manner, covenant people. It should also be noted that the Hebrew ain, which is A-I-N, means land, Britain. Therefore is translated land of the covenant. That is so awesome. I loved that. Now it gets better. The flag of Great Britain is called the Union Jack, to be interpreted as Union of Jacob. Let the blessings come upon the head of Joseph. His glory is like the firstlings of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth, and they are the 10,000s of Ephraim. And then there's this scripture, it says, and the remnant of Jacob shall be in the midst of many people as a dew from the Lord, as the showers upon the grass, that tarrieth not for man, nor waiteth for the sons of men. And the remnant of Jacob shall be among the Gentiles, in the midst of many people, as a lion among the beasts of the forest. Isn't it interesting? It mentions lion. That is the national symbol of England. As a young lion among the flocks of sheep, who if he go through, both treadeth down and teareth in pieces, and none can deliver. So this is saying right here that the remnant of Jacob is among the Gentiles, so it's us. The Lamanite is a chosen child of God, but he is not the only chosen one. There are many other good people, including the Anglos, the French, the German, and the English, who are also of Ephraim and Manasseh. They, with the Lamanites, are also chosen people, and they are a remnant of Jacob. The Lamanite is not wholly and exclusively the remnant of Jacob, which the Book of Mormon talks about. We are all of Israel. We are of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Joseph through Ephraim and Manasseh. We are all of us remnants of Jacob. This is from the teachings of Spencer W. Kimball. And the Lord talked about this in the New Testament in the book of Matthew. He said, the kingdom of God shall be taken from you and given to a nation bringing forth the fruits thereof. So that's talking about America. Upon completing his recital of the oath, Washington declared, so help me God, then bowed down reverently and kissed the Bible. The federal government and the root word for federal, the Latin foedus, directly translates into the English word covenant. So federal government actually translates to covenant government. Isn't that interesting? It's a stark contrast to how we view the current federal government today. So as Washington took his oath with his right arm raised to the square in symbolic gesture of covenant making, he placed his left hand upon a page of an open Bible. Historians assert that Washington's hand was placed on a randomly open page within the Holy Bible. If it was random, then it was also an amazing coincidence. For, in a gesture almost too astonishing to believe, Washington placed his hand precisely on the page that included Jacob's American covenant promise to Joseph in Genesis 49, complete with its description of his posterity crossing over the wall to a new land of everlasting hills, ringing with liberty, protection, and prosperity. It was as if Washington knew those verses about Joseph's seed, and they were about him and the nation that he would lead. Every American carries within them a light that will lead to God. Every American has the freedom to choose to follow that light in keeping the commandments and serving God as best they know how, or to flee the light in acting against their conscience. Just as the law of gravity assures us that a pebble will fall if we drop it, the law of God assures us that our nation will fall if we fail to keep His covenant. The laws of God are immutable. Americans declare their participation in the covenant every time they plead to God through song to stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. Long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King. So when we sing these songs, this is from My Country 'Tis of Thee and God Bless America. Finally, Americans certainly covenant with God and country every time they put their hand over their hearts and pledge allegiance to one nation under God. It is through making these sacramental gestures of our national covenant that we, the people of the United States, truly become we, the people of the American covenant. Now here is where we're going to talk about the separation of church and state. It says this protects our liberty unto spiritual growth from the threat of a meddling and potentially tyrannical government, allowing God, not imperfect men, to influence the personal religious upbringing of His children. There is a great difference between separation of church and state and separation of God and state. So this doesn't mean taking God out of the schools. This simply means making it so government can't tell us to take God out of our schools. That's the difference. That's the distinction. It's meant to protect our religious freedom. We are indeed for separation of church and state under God. And then right here I saw my pay attention number. I've circled it, 144, on the page where it's talking about the Mayflower Compact. I know there are many speculations and different schools of thoughts about who the remnant of Jacob is. Here's what I believe. I truly believe that we are that remnant of the house of Jacob. We are that remnant that came from Europe over to the promised land. We returned back to the covenant land. That is us. We were held and reserved in those northern countries until it was time for us to return to the land, where here we had the covenant and we had the restoration of the gospel of Jesus Christ. Our ancestors crossed over from the highway of the great deep. They came from those northern countries and arrived here in the promised land. And today, July 2nd, Tim Ballard, the author of that book, and Glenn Beck got together and joined with people all over the country to participate in re-invoking this American covenant. So if you'd like to know more about that, I have a link to that down below. Okay, now I want to share with you a dream that I had. I've shared this with a few of you out there, but after the last video message, I had this dream, and in the dream, I saw President Ezra Taft Benson. We were in this building. I knew in my dream that the building was here in Layton, Utah. I don't know what kind of a building it was. I just saw that we were in a lobby. There were glass doors. People were coming in and out of the glass doors and turning down the hallways, going back and forth, in and out. And they were as busy as ants. It just looked like a bunch of ants coming in and out, in and out, in and out. And I recognized a lot of the people in the building as people that live around here by me. I was under the impression that President Benson was given the task or the assignment to come oversee this work that was being done right before the Lord returns, that he was to oversee this final part of the work, because when he was on earth, that was his field of expertise. So he was overseeing, sort of finishing what he started when he was here. And he had a smile on his face, and he was telling everyone, good job, keep it going, you're doing so great. And he was giving us all counsel and showing us how to do it better. So after having that dream, I started seeing everywhere talks and quotes by President Ezra Taft Benson popping up all over social media. So I started to pay attention, and here's some of the things that he was all about that were a part of his field of expertise. Here are some of his most well-known talks. The Constitution, a Heavenly Banner. America on the Path to Destruction. Prepare for the days of tribulation. We're going to talk about that at the very end of this video. A witness and a warning. The Book of Mormon, keystone of our religion. Again, that's what we're studying this year in Come Follow Me. Stand up for freedom. It's a conspiracy fact. Prepare ye. So I believe that in my dream, President Benson was there to oversee the very issues that he was talking about when he served as general authority and prophet of the church. He was here to help us through these issues because they were something that he was so passionate about when he was on the earth. He was speaking to our day, our generation, and we're experiencing right now the very things he was preparing us for. So now we're going to talk about this week's screenshots. So there was this day when I was watching these videos on YouTube while I was cleaning. They were all about British monarchy and royal families, and all of a sudden some pictures popped up in the same video, and I couldn't help but notice they looked like celebrities that we know of today. And for some reason, things like this always fascinate me, so I had to take a screenshot. And this one mainly because this is my son's favorite band. He really looks up to this band and this singer. He loves their music. And so I thought this was pretty funny that this man from history looks just like the singer that my son absolutely loves. And he has a hit song called Would You Be My Little Quarantine. So that was kind of funny, kind of an inside joke. But the next person that popped up on the screen, I looked at her picture and I thought, oh my goodness, who is it she looks like? There's somebody that she looks like and I can't put my finger on it. And it didn't say in the video that this was Mary I of England. The video was about the husband that she was married to. It was about his life. And so it quickly just showed her picture. So I had to Google to realize, oh, this is Mary I of England, also known as Bloody Mary. And that's when I realized she looks like Greta Thunberg. So of course I had to get a snapshot of her and compare them side by side, and that's exactly who it was that I saw in my mind. So I thought that was really interesting, and then I thought, well, I wonder why I'm seeing that. So I decided to do a Google search for Greta Thunberg, and there she was in the news again. Here's the headlines all within the same week. Greta Thunberg, climate change as urgent as coronavirus. Greta Thunberg says COVID-19 response shows world can suddenly act with necessary force. Tipping point, Greta Thunberg hails Black Lives Matter protests. And speaking of these protests, we had this headline about entire police forces and SWAT teams walking away. This says, Florida team resigns, citing political climate, accuses city of treating them worse than dogs. So we keep hearing that in a lot of these liberal cities. Then here on the Black Lives Matter Wikipedia page, here's what it says is a part of their vision. I just circled 4, 5, and 6. Economic justice, community control, and political power. Well, that says it all. And as you can see, they refer to this as their 6 demands. And then there was this headline, Marxists to unleash queer wrath in Anchorage, Alaska. And as you can see, here's an image of more demonstrations, more protests, where you can see the LGBTQ community uniting with Black Lives Matter. You can see it in their logos, on their posters and banners. And here's some more commentary on this issue. A friend sent this to me. And I believe this is talking about Arkansas. It says Black Panther and Gay Liberation Front leaders encouraged solidarity between groups since they had parallel ideologies. So wow, they're saying we have so much in common, we need to unite forces. Let us be more powerful that way. It goes on to say, whatever your personal opinions and your insecurities about homosexuality and the various liberation movements among homosexuals and women, and I speak of the homosexuals and women as oppressed groups, we should try to unite them in a revolutionary fashion. And then it says, in 1970, Afeni Shakur, a Black Panther activist, and Tupac Shakur's mother helped organize a meeting with the Gay Liberation Front at Jane Fonda's house to discuss working together. And then it goes on to say that Black trans individuals are banding together separately and within the larger Black Lives Matter movement to gain visibility. In Minneapolis, for instance, City Council members Andrea Jenkins and Philip Cunningham, who both identify as transgender, are working to end the police department. Then it says, the reality is that we're creating our own solutions. We always have. We've always acknowledged our own power, our own talent, our own brilliance. So they're calling this brilliance. It's brilliant to get rid of the police department. And then there was the day when I saw this. It says protesters have I-5 blocked in Seattle. You can see them standing across the entire freeway blocking traffic. A few days after I saw this, I heard someone talking about in the Communist Blueprint, where they talk about their plans to disrupt and take control of the government, it talks about this very tactic, and I forget the name of it. It had a name. It was like a strategy, and it said to cross the freeway, to block the freeway so that traffic can't get through, and that's how you get their attention. And here they were doing it. This tells me that there is someone leading all of this. This is highly organized. And then there were these images that came out of the protesters for Black Lives Matter who were in Seattle, who were in that zone called CHOP. They all had weapons. They all had guns. And there it is, you can see it. And they're not afraid to use them. And then I saw this, sent by someone anonymous. Seattle police officer detailing what has really happened there in the last 12 days, which the media doesn't report. It says, from Seattle police officer last night, he sent this to his family. Hey guys, I have a little downtime, so here's an update on things here. Absolute madness here. Can't express it all. Day 12 for us, and our mayor-in-chief abandoned a major precinct and gave it to the anarchists. Unthinkable. 9 blocks of our city under the complete control of these terrorists. No joke. This is unreal. No police, no fire department, no sanity allowed in. They have an armed force patrolling, manning checkpoints, and stopping cars and citizens at gunpoint. They are creating a currency, an ID system, a supply system that includes food, water, ammo, and chemical weapons. They have access to the precinct and have made it their headquarters. Our leaders are completely silent, and the city council is completely complicit. Yes, they have been on the front lines with the anarchists, and yes, last night, one council member led about 200 into the city hall. The warlord in charge of the new Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, Chaz, drives a Tesla and has been arrested for drugs, guns, pimping, and crimes against children, and on a federal child porn watch list. He carries an AK-47, and has already started abusing people inside. You can't make this up. We have been castrated. There is no recovering from this. We can't go near the zone and have been warned by our department to stay away. And then there was this headline. Seattle mayor who defended CHOP, she defended the protesters taking over her city and did nothing about it, is outraged after protesters showed up at her home. Now, when this was breaking news and I first saw it, I thought, oh my goodness, it's coming around full circle. And it's just interesting to see that these people end up going after their own. They end up turning against each other. Wicked killing the wicked. Evil killing evil. And it's just interesting that she did nothing about this. She called it the Summer of Love. She supported this and said it was a good thing. And then once they come after her and they get upset with her and they come into her yard and they published her home address all over Twitter and told everyone to go there and threaten her. When this became very dangerous for her, suddenly she was concerned. Suddenly she wanted the police department to step in and help out, where before she was not supporting the police department. She was supporting the protesters destroying the police precinct. We're seeing the events of the final countdown, and here was my number the day all that this happened. Here it was on my grocery purchase, on my receipt, 12305, the countdown number, 123 or 321. Here it is again when I looked at my substitutions the next day when I went to pick up my groceries. Here it is again, 123, pay attention. Interesting, here's my gathering number, 144, which always represents the gathering of Israel. And here you see an image of sheep. But more importantly, what is it talking about? A wolf in sheep's clothing. Then, this was the song we sang in last week's primary video for Come Follow Me. This is the song that I taught the primary kids, but it was this specific verse. And it stood out to me. It couldn't have been more fitting for our day. Now we have a world where people are confused. If you don't believe it, go and watch the news. We can get direction all along our way if we heed the prophets and follow what they say. Follow the prophet. Then this stood out to me, a Facebook post where someone shared this book that I talked all about in my October video series where I talked about wolves in sheep's clothing and deceptive groups and teachings. This book is called A Course in Miracles, and it's a woman who channels Jesus. This person says, topping off at 1,945 pages, I think this may be one of the longest books I have read to date. Who else has read it? So she's trying to get a conversation going about this book. So people are sharing their opinions of it, and most of it seems to be pretty good, pretty positive. And there's some people who are saying, oh, I've never heard of this. Thank you so much. I'm going to check it out. And I believe that I saw this for a reason, and that I needed to say something and stand up for truth. So I said, I read the original years ago, then discovered what it really was, threw it in the trash, and made a 3-part video series last year shedding light on what this is. So people started to ask me, well, why did you throw it in the trash? What did you think about it? What did you discover? So I sent them all a link privately to the 3-part video series that I made last fall, and I thought if it's meant for them to hear the truth, they'll actually watch these videos. And one person actually wrote me back, and she friend requested me, and she thanked me for this information. So even though it wasn't easy to do, and it's not always fun to stand up for what you know to be true and what you know to be right, but if it steers one person back onto the path, then it's worth it every time. For some reason, I got an alert for this post in a holistic health group. And it says, I love this group. It provides so much wonderful holistic information. Why have so many people left the group? Now, to be honest, I never go into this group. It's been years since I've gone into this group. And I have a lot of friends that are in there, but I never pay attention to what's being posted. I really don't spend any time in there. So I thought it was interesting that I got an alert for this post. So I decided to scroll through the comments, and it says, as a member who left and then came back, I think it could be due to the amount of energy work and energy work related info in here, and because so many women are quick to be judgmental and angry. And then there's a reply, thanks for your input. That makes me so sad about the close-mindedness of some Christian women that can't see the benefits of Christ-based energy work. It has truly changed my life. And then she responds back, to say people are closed-minded because they don't choose the same as you is kind of the problem. But yes, I do agree, as Christians, we need to be loving and open to all. So she was saying right here, I'm one of those people who don't appreciate all of the energy work and energy-related information that's posted here. And then anyone who doesn't support that, they kind of get attacked. And then someone else replied, holy cow, 7,000 people? That's crazy. So the admins were saying that about 7,000 people have since left the group. And that tells me right there that there's a lot of women waking up and realizing the counterfeit that energy work is. They just don't want to have anything to do with it. They don't want to be a part of it in any way. And that gave me hope, especially because these are Latter-day Saint women. This is a Latter-day Saint group. And someone sent this to me, even though it took place in 2018, the fact that it happened on Halloween on October 31st really stood out to this person. And the headline reads, World Record Lightning Mega Flash in South America, 440 miles long, confirmed by scientists. There's that number 44 that we see all the time and talked about it in past videos. Anyways, it's just so interesting that this mega flash happened on October 31st. Definitely stands out. Now, this movie, The Song of the South, put out by Disney several decades ago. This was a classic when I was a kid. I remember watching this in elementary school, and it has that song in it, Zippity Doo Dah, which I always loved as a child. This is the movie. A lot of people don't realize this. A lot of people don't know this. I was actually surprised. But this is the movie that the ride, Splash Mountain at Disneyland, is based off of. And about 10 to 15 years ago, this movie suddenly became politically incorrect and it became considered racist and offensive. And so it was taken off the market. Disney stopped selling it. You couldn't find it anywhere. And I couldn't understand why, because I had such fond memories of this movie and the lessons that it taught, the values and principles that it taught. And in this movie, you have both races, white and black, being friends, getting along together, loving each other, taking care of each other, helping each other out, having respect for each other. It's such a beautiful movie I just didn't understand. So anyways, over the years, I've tried to find this movie several times, and I've never had any luck getting it. In fact, this year, as soon as I heard they were getting rid of Splash Mountain because it's now offensive, they're transforming it into something different, I wanted to try one last time to get a hold of a copy of this movie. I finally found a company in England who's selling it, and they ship it here out of the US. So I got it within a week. I was so surprised that I actually got this movie because I had purchased it a few other times this year only to get a refund and get an email telling me that they couldn't complete the transaction. For some reason, they couldn't send me the movie. And I think that's just because it's illegal. They just have banned it. But I guess there's a loophole if you buy it through England. So anyways, I've got a link down below. I hope that by sharing this, I'm not putting that company in jeopardy and they're going to have to not be able to sell these videos anymore. But it is a DVD. I will have a link to this down below if you'd like to hurry and get a copy before this is erased from history. But we watched it with our kids and they loved it. Same with the movie Gone with the Wind. For some reason a few months ago, I felt like I wanted to show my kids that movie because it is a piece of history and it's very much a classic. So it is a long movie, but my kids sat through it and we watched it and they loved it. And then come to find out just recently, they're doing away with the original version. They're going to edit it and change some things in it to make it more politically correct and I guess not offensive, but really it's just telling a piece of actual history. So I set out to buy a copy of the original, which was almost impossible to do. I ordered some, and again, my orders would get canceled. Finally, I found a company, I think it was actually through eBay. I found a seller selling theirs, and it was brand new, so I was able to snag a copy of that. So I feel content that I now have a copy of both of these original masterpieces before they are erased from our history. And these two movies, of course, are mentioned in the popular hit song, Song of the South by Alabama. It made me wonder if they're going to eventually ban this song as well. And in the song, it tells an actual history. It says, Song, Song of the South, sweet potato pie and I shut my mouth. Gone, gone with the wind, there ain't nobody looking back again. Cotton on the roadside, cotton in the ditch, we all picked cotton, but we never got rich. Daddy was a veteran, a Southern Democrat. They ought to get a rich man to vote like that. Well, somebody told us Wall Street fell, but we were so poor that we couldn't tell. Cotton was short and the weeds were tall, but Mr. Roosevelt's a-gonna save us all. Well, Mama got sick and Daddy got down. The county got the farm and they moved to town. Papa got a job with the TVA. He bought a washing machine and then a Chevrolet. There was my pay attention number, 144. Here's a screenshot for a Hodge Twins video. It says, for whites only, Jim Crow laws return to Lincoln County, Oregon. That was pretty shocking. Crazy to hear that they're having that segregation again in our country. They're saying that that's offensive, that these old movies and songs and pieces of history about the South are offensive because they talk about segregation. However, that's what they're promoting right now in these liberal cities and towns. They're bringing back, they're reviving segregation. This headline reads, Starbucks pausing all social media ads as pressure on Facebook and Twitter grows. I heard that there was about $9 million worth of advertising accounts that left Facebook because they were saying that there's too many hateful messages being posted on Facebook. They're not being censored enough. And so these companies don't want to have their ads next to a hateful post. But of course, anything that is pro-conservative or pro-Trump is considered hateful. So Facebook is saying they're going to reevaluate their system and do even more to censor what they consider hateful comments. So we're going to see the censoring tightening up even more. A friend of mine who is German, who lives in Massachusetts, she posted this the other day. 2020, enough is enough. That's it. Worst part of being a parent is when you're scared but have to keep up appearances in front of your kids as if nothing is happening. I recorded the video just before I told the family to go into the basement. The thunderstorm had already been hanging as it fell over our house for 10 to 15 minutes. But once the wind kicked in, that was too much. I am scared that our neighbor's enormous tree might fall onto our house and might kill us all. And if it weren't for 2020, I would probably think more positive. At least I would. If anybody would like to cheer me up, please share some really funny memes in the comment section. Believe me, I need it right now. And I don't know if she believes in God or not, but I told her that I would pray for her, and that seemed to make her happy and bring her some comfort and peace. But I thought about how important it is right now to have a relationship with our Savior Jesus Christ, to have faith in Him, especially during these crazy times and during this year. And this was a reminder of what it's like for all the people who don't have that faith and that trust in the Lord, or who don't know Him or have a relationship with Him. These things can be extremely frightening, more so than they need to be. So I decided to do a search for Boston, Massachusetts, and just see what came up in the news to see what's going on over there. And immediately I saw this, that there were protests happening that day in New York City, Philly, Boston, D.C., London, and Aurora, and New Orleans. Then I saw this that same day, protesters face off in dueling rallies at Massachusetts State House. So things were getting pretty heated there. As I always say, the things that happen in the physical are a manifestation of what's happening in the spiritual. We're seeing the real battle happen right now between good and evil. We have so many opportunities right now to preach the gospel to all of those people who don't have it, to all of these people who don't even know Jesus Christ and who are scared right now. This is the perfect time to start sharing that good news with them. And if anything, we have a responsibility and an obligation to do so. And after this storm happened, another alert came through for the area of Boston. It says severe thunderstorm warning issued for the area south of Boston. So there was more on the way. And it's not getting any better in Chicago. 3 youngsters shot and killed in second deadly weekend in a row ahead of the 4th of July holiday. 3 little kids, I believe they were all under the age of 5. This headline stood out. It says Texas hero, mayor against COVID-19 mask mandate despite case surge. It's about personal liberty. He says that wearing a mask should be an individual decision. And then there was this shocking news. Chief Justice Roberts sides with the liberals in the Supreme Court of the United States, ruling striking down pro-life Louisiana law. So he just voted against pro-life, which means this once conservative judge has now sided with the left. He is now for abortion. People are speculating that he has been compromised, maybe blackmailed, and so now he is voting for liberal policies, which really puts things out of balance now in the Supreme Court. So we could see more laws passing that sway towards leftist liberal ideologies. Then there was this shocker, all of the controversy that suddenly came out about white people doing the voices of black or mixed race cartoon characters. So suddenly right away they said we have to put a stop to this. And all of these white actors and actresses who do voiceover work suddenly quit. They quit and they said we're no longer going to do these voices for these cartoon characters because this is wrong, this is racist. We apologize for being not sensitive to this. We apologize for being racist. We're so sorry about our white privilege. And we're all going to step down, and these roles should go to black people. Black people should do black voices. And there have been a lot of people in the black community who are furious with this decision, and they're saying, come on, this is getting to be absolutely ridiculous. I saw my pay attention numbers all over the screen, so I took a screenshot. There's 44 and 123, and it's interesting because this is all talking about the apocalypse and things happening in North America and the Book of Mormon and things about preparing for the second coming. It's all right there, and these numbers are just jumping out. Pay attention. Here was something that was going around. It said, isn't it interesting that all of these news sources all over the country, all of these media outlets are posting the exact same number of new COVID cases in their cities? How could this number be exactly the same for every city? What in the world does this mean? And who is telling these media outlets to say these numbers? So as you can see, the number is 322. And if you look at all these screenshots, you'll see that these are all different parts of the country, different cities, different states, all reporting 322 new COVID cases on the exact same day. So I looked up the definition of 322 in the Urban Dictionary, and it said that this is a term that's actually used to describe when a winning team decides to purposely lose because they feel that it's in hopes of being beneficial to them, that they'll get some kind of personal gain out of personally losing. So they'll lose on purpose. I thought that was interesting. I did another search for the number 322, and this came up. It said that 322 is a number on the emblem of the Skull and Crossbones Society. It says the reason they chose this number is because it represents 322 BC because of the death of the Greek orator Demosthenes, a turning point in the transformation of ancient Athens from democracy to plutocracy. So what is a plutocracy? It says it's government by the wealthy, a country or society that is governed by the wealthy, or the elite, or the rich. So the Skull and Crossbones Society is saying that this is what they prefer, that they like a government where the rich, the wealthy, and the elite are the ruling class. They don't like a democracy. That's why they chose this number for their emblem. So now just who is the Skull and Crossbones Society? I first learned about them about 15 years ago. But it says here, the Skull and Bones, the Order of 322, or the Brotherhood of Death, is an undergraduate senior secret student society at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut. The oldest senior class society at the university, Skull and Bones has become a cultural institution known for its powerful alumni and various conspiracy theories. From what I understand, George Bush Sr. and George Bush Jr. were both a part of this society. Crazy that they call it the Brotherhood of Death. So because somebody was inquiring about the meaning of the number 322 and why it's showing up all over the news media in relation to COVID-19 cases in every state, I shared what it was I was finding. I also discovered this YouTube video that says Old Babylonian Mathematics and Plimpton 322, a new understanding. And it was interesting, I wrote, this was in the comments of this video. It's talking about the flood and eclipses. I'm not a math person, but clearly this has something to do with triangles. Then I found this short film on YouTube from 2016, and the name of the film is 322. Boy, was it interesting. I'll have a link to it down below, but it shows these people in a room all sitting at a computer. They're young people, probably in their 20s. They're all dressed exactly the same. Computers look exactly the same. Screens are black, you know, with the green font. Looks very old school. And they're just plugging away, typing in the numbers. There is a person that comes in the room and kind of patrols what's going on and makes sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And this person kind of has like a mask on their face. They're covered up. They're wearing black. And finally, somebody starts to communicate through this computer with one of these employees, with one of these workers. And he says, "What are you doing there? Why are you doing this? What are you doing in this room?" And he says, "Same as everybody else, doing what I'm supposed to be doing." And he says, "What makes you think this is what you're supposed to be doing?" And so he questions that, and then he tries to escape the room. He takes a girl with him. They try to escape, only to be chased down by these people dressed in black. Eventually, somehow they break through, and they discover the outside world, the fresh air, and how there's this beautiful world out there. And they were kept from it this whole time by this oppressive leadership. Just really interesting. So right after I shared all of this, this happened. I wrote, "Right as I put my phone down to tuck my son in bed, I see this image right in my face. He was holding it, a skull and crossbones. It was the back of a children's pirate adventure book. It screamed, 'Pay attention.'" I wrote, "Putting this all together sounds like a ruling elite, wealthy society winning the game. Could be code for 'we are winning'?" Then I realized I had read the definition wrong, and I wrote, "It says a winning team purposely losing a match for the intentions of personal gain. Interesting. So putting this all together would be a ruling elite wealthy society purposely losing the game for personal gain." Very interesting. Especially how this is related to COVID-19. It's almost as if this is saying COVID-19 is just a game. Then there was this headline, "Saharan dust plume to impact conditions in Kansas City over the weekend." So it was saying how this huge dust cloud was coming in from the Sahara Desert over the ocean and landing on our soil, affecting and impacting our weather conditions. Then here's a post that says, "The top left picture is the storm path of Cristobal," which means Christ bearer, by the way. The picture on the right is the Madrid fault line. The picture on the bottom left is supposedly the damage that will happen with a large earthquake on the Madrid fault line. It's as if this Cristobal, which sounds a lot like crystal ball, storm is warning people of what's to come. So we talked about this Cristobal storm a few videos ago, but I had overlooked this post and wanted to share it because it's definitely very interesting. Especially because, as many people have pointed out, this cuts right through the heartland, right through the heart of America. It's as though something's pointing us towards the heart of America. What's in the hearts of Americans? What's in our hearts? Are they waxing cold or are they softening? And then Beth shared this. It says, "We've learned that finding people, teaching people online is much more effective than trying to meet people in person on a bus or on a street corner or somewhere else. This will change what we do, I think, forever." It says our number of missionaries here in the heartland has doubled this month as foreign missionaries have been reassigned stateside. With that Hurricane Cristobal, or Messenger of Christ, sweeping through the heartland a few days ago, it brought to mind how the messengers of Christ are doubling throughout America. I wondered how much effect that would have with them mainly being online now. Then I saw this from this article today and my heart just rejoiced. With great hardships also comes great light. I think many are looking for comfort and answers right now. Absolutely. It sounds as though the heart of man in the heartland, the heart of America, is beginning to soften. They're beginning to open up to the gospel message. And these missionaries are doubling their efforts and having great success doing the work online. This is wonderful news. There again was my pay attention number 113. This video is titled Coup Against Trump and the Fall of America 2020. Then I saw this on Twitter. It says, she deleted it, but not before it was shared over 20,000 times. This is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It says, it's vital that governors maintain restrictions on businesses until after the November elections because economic recovery will help Trump be reelected. A few business closures or job losses is a small price to pay to be free from his presidency. Hashtag keep us closed. This shows right here that the Democrats, the left, are not for the good of the whole country. They're not for America. They're for their own selfish desires. They're willing to shut America down and destroy our economy just because they don't want President Trump reelected. And that storm, Cristobal, brought major flooding to the Midwest. So there again, flooding represents cleansing. We have this cleansing going on in the Midwest. It's like the hearts are being prepared to hear the message of Jesus Christ. And the heartland is being flooded with missionary work. Sister and I were talking about all the crazy earthquakes, and I noticed the text that I sent her, there was my pay attention number 144. Missouri House passes bill to define unborn baby as a person and ban abortions. Yay, this was great news for the people of Missouri. Looks like good things are on the horizon for that state. And here was my pay attention number again, the countdown number 123, on a video that was an interview with Elder Jeffrey Holland called Coronaspection. Very interesting. We talked about blackbirds earlier in this video, and somebody shared this. It says, saw this and thought to share it here. It reminded me of the experiences that Lindsay and her sister had, which she talks about in her video messages. It says, proving Hitchcock right. Bird attacks are turning violent this summer. Then someone shared this, and I realized as I researched it, this actually happened a few years ago. But it says, crow attacking Pope Francis's peace dove. They released some peace doves out the window, and these crows just came out of nowhere and started attacking the peace doves. What does that symbolize? And this was in a news article in the very liberal Salt Lake Tribune magazine. It says, with a sharp spike in new COVID-19 cases in Utah, a concerning increase in hospitalizations, and a state government hesitant to make bold decisions to save the lives of Utah residents, it's time we call on the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to come out in support of mandatory masks. Here's a screenshot from a news article confirming what I shared earlier in the video. It says Secretary of State Mike Pompeo admits COVID-19 is a live exercise. President Trump comments, I wish you would have told us. Even with all of this going on, President Nelson recently gave some wonderful advice. He said, the road ahead will always be bumpy, but the destination will be serene and secure. So fasten your seatbelt, hang on through the bumps, and do what's right, and your rewards will be eternal. And I'm going to end with this screenshot because it says it best. Focus on me, not the storm. I love this. Alright, real quick, I wanted to share this. I just happened to come across this when I was searching for something else. This is a study guide on the churchofjesuschrist.org website, and I just found all this information really fascinating and thought that I would share it. I actually learned some things, and so I'll go over that in a minute. But it just started out in this lesson manual. It's chapter 36, the Lord's Second Coming, and it says that these are the 4 things that will happen in order. Christ will appear at Adam-on-Diamond. The Savior will appear to those in the New Jerusalem in America. Then he will appear to the Jews in Jerusalem, and then he will appear in all of his glory to all of mankind. Then it goes over the order of events. Of course, no man knows the day or the hour of the final appearance. The coming of the Lord is near, and it overtaketh the world as a thief in the night. The earth will reel to and fro, and the continents will be moved back together at the Savior's second coming. A trump will sound long and loud to signal the Lord's final appearance. The veil will be removed from the earth when the Savior appears. The Lord will be clothed in red apparel at his second coming. Those who have laughed and mocked about the Savior's coming will realize their folly. The second coming of the Savior will cause the wicked to weep, wail, gnash their teeth, and wish that the mountains would fall upon them. The glory of the Savior's presence will consume the wicked. Faithful saints, both living and dead, will be caught up to meet Christ at his coming. And I often believe that's what other churches refer to as the rapture. But for us, it's basically the resurrection and the saints being lifted up to join him in the clouds at his return. And last, the Savior will appear to all the world sometime in the beginning of the 7,000 years of the earth's temporal existence. So shortly after the 7th seal has been opened, which many of us believe it already has. I love this description. He comes, the earth shakes, and the tall mountains tremble. The mighty deep rolls back to the north, as in fear, and the rent skies glow like molten brass. He comes, the dead saints burst forth from their tombs, and those who are alive and remain are caught up with them to meet him. The ungodly rush to hide themselves from his presence, and call upon the quivering rocks to cover them. He comes, with all the hosts of the righteous glorified. The breath of his lips strikes death to the wicked. His glory is a consuming fire. The proud and rebellious are as stubble. They are burned and left, neither root or branch. His first appearance will be to the righteous saints who have gathered to the New Jerusalem. In this place of refuge they will be safe from the wrath of the Lord, which will be poured out without measure on all nations. Now, I've talked about in past videos how the New Jerusalem is believed to be everything west of the Mississippi. So it's like the western part of North America. It says the second appearance of the Lord will be to the Jews. To these beleaguered sons of Judah, surrounded by hostile Gentile armies, who again threaten to overrun Jerusalem, the Savior, their Messiah, will appear and set his feet on the Mount of Olives. And it shall cleave in twain, and the earth shall tremble and reel to and fro, and the heavens also shall shake. And calamity shall cover the mocker, and the scorner shall be consumed, and they that have watched for iniquity shall be hewn down and cast into the fire. Yes, come he will. Ezra Taft Benson. The Lord has spoken about his final appearance in some detail. Now I want to point out that it just says that no man knows the day or the hour of his final return, his final appearance, which is the 4th time that he comes. So it mentions these 4 times that he comes as a part of his second coming. So that tells me that we do know, or we may be told, or we may just know through the Spirit of his first 3 appearances. Now we won't be watching his 4th appearance from the ground. If we have been righteous, we will be joining him in the sky. We will be a part of his coming, a part of his appearance. Let's not forget that. As the time appointed by the Father, the Son of Man will come in the clouds of heaven. It is an unknown day in the beginning of the 7,000 years of the earth's temporal continuance. War such as has not been known from the beginning of time is in progress. All nations are assembled at Armageddon. All things are in commotion. Never has there been such a day as this. The newspapers of the world, as well as the radio and television, speak only of war and calamity, and the dread that hangs like a millstone around every neck. This church lesson manual is really painting the details vividly in our minds. And the signs in heaven above are like nothing man has ever seen. Blood is everywhere. Fire and vapors of smoke fill the atmospheric heavens. No man has seen a rainbow this year. And above all are the vexing words of those Mormon elders. They are everywhere preaching their strange doctrine, saying that the coming of the Lord is near, and that unless men repent and believe the gospel, they will be destroyed by the brightness of his coming. When the Lord comes in his glory in flaming fire, that fire will both cleanse the vineyard and burn the earth. In that day so intense shall be the heat, and so universal the burning, that the very elements of which this earth is composed shall melt. The mountains high and glorious, and made of solid rock, shall melt like wax. They shall become molten and flow down into the valleys below. The very earth itself, as now constituted, shall be dissolved. All things shall burn with fervent heat, and out of it all shall come new heavens and a new earth, whereon dwelleth righteousness. And listen to this. Now, brethren and sisters, the great day of the Lord is coming. It is going to be a terrible day. The wicked are going to be destroyed, and when I say the wicked, I do not mean everybody outside of the Mormon church. There will be countless millions of people not of this church, spared because they are not ripe in iniquity, and to them we will preach the everlasting gospel and bring them unto Christ. Now, I just want to point out this is post-tribulation. So we're here on the earth during the tribulations, but I'm going to talk more about that in a minute. But this, when we're raised up and we meet the Lord at his coming, this is when the earth burns. This is when the wicked are burned, when they're destroyed. Listen to this. Christ, the first fruits, who are they? They are all those who were with him in his resurrection. They are all those of Enoch's city, a righteous people who first were translated and who then gained full immortality when Christ rose from his tomb. They are all those of ages past who have burst the bands of death. They are the living saints who are quickened by the power of God and caught up to meet the Lord in the air. They are the righteous dead who shall come forth in this, the morning of the first resurrection, to receive an inheritance of eternal life and to be one with their glorious Lord. In another church lesson manual, I believe this one is called the Day of Tribulation, it says this. The Lord has placed the responsibility for directing the work of gathering into the hands of the leaders of the church, to whom he will reveal his will where and when such gatherings would take place in the future. It would be well, before the frightening events concerning the fulfillment of all God's promises and predictions are upon us, that the saints in every land prepare themselves and look forward, right here, listen to this, to the instruction that shall come to them from the first presidency of this church, as to where they shall be gathered, and not be disturbed in their feelings until such instruction is given to them as it is revealed by the Lord to the proper authority. This is telling us that we will be safely gathered in during the tribulations. If we're listening to the prophet, if we're heeding the counsel of the first presidency of the church. You guys, all of this is in plain sight. It's simple. It's in the church lesson manuals on the church website. It goes on to say, since the blood of his atonement will not cleanse those who do not repent, pestilence, famine, plague, and destruction are the tools that he uses to reclaim those who are past feeling and will not hearken to the still small voice. So even all of this craziness and destruction during the tribulation period, it's done out of love. It's meant to soften the hearts and turn these people who otherwise would not come to the Lord. It's designed to turn them to him. It's a last attempt to save the wicked and those with hardened hearts. President Joseph Fielding Smith said, "I know these are unpleasant things. It's not a pleasant thing even for me to stand here and tell you that this is written in the scriptures. If the Lord has a controversy with the nations, he will put them to the sword. Their bodies shall lie unburied like dung upon the earth." That is not nice, is it? But should we not know? Is it not our duty to read these things and understand them? Don't you think the Lord has given us these things that we might know and we might prepare ourselves through humility, through repentance, through faith, that we might escape from these dreadful conditions that are portrayed by these ancient prophets? This is why I am reading them. I feel just as keenly as you do about the condition, and I pray for it to come to an end, but I want it to come to an end right. Bruce R. McConkie said, "So great shall be the slaughter and mass murder, the carnage and gore, the butchery and violent death of warring men, that their decaying bodies shall stop the noses of the passengers, and it shall be a task of mammoth proportions, merely to dispose of them. Then shall Ezekiel's prophecy be fulfilled, that every feathered fowl and every beast of the field shall assemble to eat the flesh of the mighty, and drink the blood of the princes of the earth. And then shall the cry go forth of which John wrote, Come and gather yourselves together unto the supper of the great God, that ye may eat the flesh of kings, and the flesh of captains, and the flesh of mighty men, and the flesh of horses, and of them that sit on them, and the flesh of all men, both free and bond, both small and great." That all this is an actual literal supper, a horrible but real event yet to be, has been specifically confirmed in latter-day Revelation. So this is what is meant by the Great Supper. We're going to see vultures circling above these cities, and beasts coming down from the hills and the mountains to take part in this feast here in the cities. So we see that the Lord intends to save not only the earth and the heavens, not only man who dwells upon the earth, but all things which he has created. The animals, the fishes of the sea, the fowls of the air, as well as man, are to be recreated or renewed through the resurrection, for they too are living souls. So everything that the Lord has created is going to be resurrected. Okay, I found this to be really interesting. This is talking about all the times in the scriptures when Jesus refers to himself as the Father. It says this: in this case, Christ is speaking for the Father by a principle called divine investiture of authority, as Elder Bruce R. McConkie explained. Since he, Christ, is one with the Father in all of the attributes of perfection, and since he exercises the power and authority of the Father, it follows that everything he says or does is and would be exactly and precisely what the Father would say and do under the same circumstances. Accordingly, the Father puts his own name on the Son and authorizes him to speak in the first person as though he were the Father. Thus, it is that our Lord can begin a revelation by saying, "Listen to the voice of Jesus Christ," and shortly thereafter speak of "mine only begotten." Such latter expression being made by Christ, but under that divine investiture of authority which permits him to speak as though he were the Father. So it's like the Father is speaking through him. He's speaking through him, so at one moment he's speaking as himself, as Jesus Christ, and then suddenly we hear the voice of the Father coming through to him, speaking to us. So back to talking about how it said in this lesson manual, in this chapter, that the first presidency would call us in to gather us in safely right as these tribulations hit. And so there's not a lot of detail on that, so you can only imagine what that might look like. It might be that we are told to kind of lock ourselves in our homes and not come out, and if we heed that counsel, we will be protected. Or it could be that maybe our wards or our stakes, our communities, we gather in together to protect each other. It could look like many different things, but according to this lesson manual, the saints in every land prepare themselves and look forward to the instruction that shall come from the first presidency of this church, as to where they shall be gathered, and not be disturbed in their feelings during this tribulation period. So the message that I want to end this video with today is, are we a part of those final preparations? What are we doing to prepare not only ourselves, but our families for what's coming, which in essence, the bigger picture, what's coming is the Lord. He's what's coming, or should I say He's who's coming? Are we still being distracted by all of these things that are pointing us away from the path and getting us to turn our head the other way and look at what's over here? Or are we like the 5 wise virgins, making sure our lamps are full every day? What are we doing to build our faith and get rid of the fear? Someone pointed out to me this week, and I loved it. She said, when the Lord returns, is He going to say to us, good job with all your detective work. You figured out when I was coming. Good job. Or is He going to say, good job with how you used your time. Good job in preparing yourself and your family and the world for my return. Time is short. Let's love more. Let's repent more. Every single day. Let's spend more time on our knees in humility and meekness. Let's spend more time softening our hearts so the Spirit can come in, so we can be taught. Let's get rid of our pride. Let's get rid of who's right and who's wrong, or why we're right and why they're wrong. Let's stop with all of that and get our homes and our families and our testimonies in order. Time is short, and let's not waste it. Thank you so much for joining me today, you guys. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you have a wonderful week, and I will see you next time.